It's been our 5th year. So it's over, guys. Well, not yet. You still have to perform. So, I mean, it's almost over for us, the organizers, the Celestini. We'll be just watching and enjoying the show, the demo day. As you can guess from me wearing this ridiculous summer straw hat, it's really hot in here. It's the canicule, as they say in France, and it's really hot, as we say in Prague. And so I thought, why not to give you some of those summer vibes? Because you've done an amazing job. It's a record breaker, to be honest. In the past, I recall times where we had 20 teams and only 14 or 13 made it through the incubation. Now we had 26 that applied and said, I will do it at the beginning, and only, well, I'm saying only, but it's really a record. 22 of you made it through the demanding incubation months, 3 and something months full of workshops, rendezvous, masterminds, encounters, conferences, summits, health tech, medtech, protocols, APIs, etc. You name it, it's been there. And you really were able to cope with all that. And bravo to you, to our 2026 Caelestinus badge. You've made it. There is only one last step. And as those that know me know that I like to make you wait, because waiting is half the pleasure. If everything was instantly like that, it's the holy grail, not just of health tech, but of any industry, just like that. The speed, go to market, that's what we are helping you with. To be globally anywhere, in the US, in Europe, in Asia, wherever, you name it, every single point on planet Earth, and Celestinus wants you and your health tech, medtech startup to be there as fast as possible. That's what we give. We give speed. We connect to hospitals, we connect to investors, we connect to IT experts, we connect to the platform that connects you everywhere. So that's why you have been with us over the past 4 months, and I'd really like to thank you. You know, there comes the point inside where I'll put off my hat and I will share my screen. So, of course, some of you say, "Oh, for God's sake, that's something you should have done at the beginning." For those of you who enjoyed the show and performance, some of you enjoyed the show in Amsterdam. We did. It was the first stand-up show on health tech, on building a healthcare startup. Some of you were there, so you also can have fun in Celestinus, and we want for next year's to bring more of those moments where we do just a networking in a different way. But time is limited. We've got about 4 hours ahead of us, including breaks, so that the world can get to know you, every single one of you. There are 22 teams that will pitch today, so we've got a busy. I already mentioned the company that makes you already ready. If I borrow the slogan from the summit, I had the pleasure, and some of you also, to visit in April. And so InterSystems has been a great partner and supporter of you, the startups. So a big thank you on my side. We also have the largest transplant hospital in Europe, and also a number of universities and faculties. Today, we had the pleasure of having Primary Care Accelerator from the UK as our partners. We also were growing partnership with hospitals such as Ashutosh, and we onboarded new hospitals that you might want to connect with after you graduate, after you leave our incubator. Will be onboarding 3 new hospitals for your partnerships. As I mentioned at the beginning, we had a massive record-breaking number of applicants willing to join the program, and we cannot accommodate everybody. We are working on this to increase our intake capacity for next year, but still, you're part of a pretty prestigious bunch of those that made it. And again, I can't express how that puts me in awe among your pitching entrepreneurial and medical and technological expertise. So it's 22 of you that will be pitching today. To sum up, there won't be much time. It's a busy afternoon, so please, I would love if you, each one of you, could take maximum of 5 minutes to deliver your demo or pitch so that we can have time for questions and answers, of course, from your side. So it's 5 minutes pitching and 5-minute question time. I hate to be nasty and rude. If it takes few seconds longer, I'm fine. But we unfortunately we cannot allow for longer presentations. So try to keep your pitch and demo succinct, clear to the point, and very brief. That will be much appreciated as questions are usually asked. So it's 5 minutes for you max, and then we have another 5 minutes for question time. There could be some partners and whoever tuned in, and maybe you are wondering, or maybe some of you want to be our partners and stay in the ecosystem. So if you scan the code, you can learn more about Caelestinus, or I'll be happy to talk to you or Peter or anyone who is on the call from InterSystems. So just don't be afraid to reach out. Specifically for this afternoon, if you want to ask questions to the team that you have heard pitching, deliver their pitch, present, you can use Slido. And to access Slido, you can do that directly on Caelestinus website. So if you hit caelestinus.tech, there is a window where you can ask questions. Or you can scan the QR code that will take you directly to our Slido channel. Isn't the world wonderful? How the digital layer just lubricates and facilitates things. Well, I'm excited to be living at this time. This is, again, if you're curious, who goes when, or of course there is an order to everything. Even in the chaotic work, we try to keep things orderly and easy to grasp. So there is agenda, there is a list of presentations. So again, you can find that on Caelestinus.tech website, or you can use, if you are a QR code obsessed kind of guy like myself. I once did a QR tombstone. You won't believe that, but I'll tell you that story at some other startup comedy night in Amsterdam, but just remind me. So QR codes are the best you can use, or just go straight to Caelestinus.tech. And it's my pleasure now to invite Dean Andrews to join us for the final demo. So Dean Andrews, who is the guy in charge of, supporting you, startuppers, developers, all the ecosystem there is where the future is born. So Dean, it's my pleasure to invite you to say hello, a few things on this hot summer day here in Central Europe.
Thank you, Tomas. Sorry I missed the startup stand-up at Health Europe, but I heard from several people that it was a blast, so we definitely have to do it again. Welcome, everyone, to Caelestinus Demo Day 2026. To the startups, congratulations on making it here. Thank you for allowing InterSystems to be part of your journey. We feel privileged to be involved. Several of your companies are already making a difference. The rest of you are on your way there. You are improving lives, whether it's patients, clinicians, or other stakeholders, which ultimately means improved patient outcomes and better healthcare. Whenever you face an extreme challenge in your journey in the future, please remember that your innovation matters. All of us understand that, and that's why we support your work. After today, As Tomas mentioned, you will be joining an esteemed group of Caelestinus alumni. There are great and thriving companies in that group. It is a powerful network of over 100 organizations. So I encourage you to stay connected to this network. It has proven to be helpful. And also to think about giving back by participating in or mentoring startups in future Celestinos cohorts. You've seen for yourselves how supportive our alumni can be. That's it from me. A lot of people will be watching this demo day either live or via recording. We're all excited to see the work you've done. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Dean. It's always nice to see you pop on the screen with your positive attitude. I really appreciate that because our lives, especially yours of entrepreneurs in healthcare, can be really miserable sometimes, and sometimes you don't see opportunities for smiles, but we try to encourage you to do that. And as you will see, no doubt, with our second keynote, who is none other than Yevgeny Shvarov. He's always, Yevgeny, like a very positive face, smiling and reassuring me about why it's worthwhile to build anything, especially in healthcare. So hello, Yevgeny. Yevgeny, unfortunately, cannot be here in person, in direct. He's somewhere on an airplane, but he's recorded, I believe, a nice message. So let's have Yevgeny Shvarov from InterSystems, a co-founder of Caelestinus Incubator.
Hi everyone, it's Evgeny Shvarov, and it's time, right? So actually time goes fast, and today it's a last day of Caelestinus 2026 cohort, startup incubator. Actually we invited you to Caelestinus this year to do our best to help you in what you do with your innovation to go maybe faster to the market, or like maybe to help with regulation, certification, with interoperability, and hopefully you moved a little bit further with your innovation to reality. Also, I hope that in Caelestinus you found new partners. Even more hope, hopefully you found new clients. And I'm sure you met new ideas that can help you with what you do, and I'm sure you found new friends. And I think this is really great about Caelestinus, and this is great about you, because you form what is not only what is Caelestinus and incubator in this year, but also actually what you do forms the future of healthcare and life science for all of us. And yeah, also, as we all know, that path to innovation is quite complex, and it's even more difficult in healthcare and life science. And of course, you have a lot of questions on the go, and I hope you found some answers during Caelestinus incubation. Actually, you also, I want also congratulate you that you are now Caelestinus alumni since today. and this is forever. And the connections you made here, they will stay with you, and we will get in touch further, and we will keep helping each other where and how we can. And yeah, today is your demo day, and I wish you luck today. And actually, I wish you luck with your endeavor going further, because yeah, with on this path we really needed luck. And but what you do is so important for people. So it helps get us more healthier. Sometimes people, you almost probably will save someone's life with what you do. So I wish you luck with that, because we all need it. And so be it. Thank you for being in Caelestinus 2026, and good luck.
Okay, that was Yevgeny, and pretty strong stuff there. You really are saving lives. Let's be real about this, and I hope you can apply our motto: do good and do it well, not just to your mission of saving lives or helping all of us live better lives, but also you will apply do good and do it well to your pitches, to your demos, because that's what matters now. We have people that will be watching, investors, clients, potential partners in your business, and of course we'll have a recording that you can use and refer to later on. So it's now my pleasure to invite Gomed to be those that will start our pitching marathon today. And again, I can already see, yeah, I think we seem to be fine. So please go ahead with your pitch. You have 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. Give me a sec. I am sharing my Do you see it? Yeah, you should see it by now. Okay. 3 years ago, a male patient came to me in the ER. His GP had referred him to a specialist months earlier. He'd waited for an appointment, gotten worse, and ended up in an emergency surgery for something that should have been a routine procedure. Then I started helping people with find specialists manually, realized the demand was enormous and completely unserved, and I understood I was doing something a machine could do better and at scale. Gomed is that machine, a coordination layer that reaches 95% of all Czech doctors, including the 80% invisible to every other platform, using API integrations where they exist and AI calling where they don't. 80% of Czech doctors have no online calendar, no public digital presence. Markets like Czech Republic and Germany are deeply fragmented. Thousands of independent practices, each with closed systems. Doctolib and DocPlanner only work where doctors are ready to go digitally public. In fragmented markets, they simply aren't a fit. Doctolib has been in Germany since 2016 and is only just beginning to gain traction. The doctors are there. The slots are there. The infrastructure to find them is not. And we found a way around it. We use APIs and partnerships where they exist. For the 80% who aren't publicly digital, we call and do the matchmaking. But not blindly. Our algorithm learns from every call which clinics respond quickly, accepts new patients, have the shortest wait. Every day it gets smarter. That accumulated intelligence from 10,000 real calls is something no one can replicate overnight. We started in October 2025 with 3 specialists only in Prague. 4 months later, without a single euro in marketing, we were handling 50 bookings requests a month. Today, we have 70 plus types of specialists nationwide. Right now, over 100 GPs and doctors are joining us as resellers. They buy our service in bulk and resell to their patients with a margin. So let's talk about the business model. Business model is built on 3 channels. First is B2C, patients book directly at
2 minutes now to finish your pitch.
Okay. Let me share it again. And let's go right away. Why us? I'm a doctor myself. I know exactly what our clinic partners are thinking because I'm the one. And our senior advisor brings 20 years in healthcare management across multiple hospitals. Our developers built voice agents and automation algorithms even before Gomed existed. And we built the entire process manually first. So we right now know what and how exactly to automate it. And let's talk numbers. Then the market for health coordination and prevention across the EU is 8 to 10 billion euros, and our target by 2030 is if only Czech Republic and Slovakia is 3.2 million euros in revenue at 65% EBITDA margin. We reach break even in 2028, and the category proof is Doctolib and Doc Planner and ZocDoc that are in France, in US, in Poland, and worldwide. All of them are unicorns. But they did it with a digital-only approach, which is exactly why they struggle in fragmented markets like ours. We are built for those markets. That's the gap. That's the gap we fill. That's the opportunity. And our ask is we are raising 250,000 euros at 15% equity, pre-seed closing, hopefully soon. Gomed is the coordination layer that reaches every doctor, not just the 20% with a calendar, the one built for the markets where others struggle. We're asking you to make sure it's built by us. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anora, for your pitch. So we'll move straight to questions. We have one on Slido. Where are you going next with your business? So what would you like to do next? After you get your money.
Definitely good question. Thank you very much. We are currently in the Czech Republic, and we are spreading all over the Czech Republic. But we just started, and we already have many partners and some revenue even now. So right now for us is to finish building the whole automation of the whole product and stable in the Czech Republic. And then, the next market would be Slovakian Republic, which is very close to ours, and then Germany, and then UK, Canada. For now, this is what we are aiming for.
Okay, fine. Are there any other questions for Anora? You can also ask them live right now or use Slido. So it looks there are no more questions. So thank you, Anora, again for your pitch, and wish you good luck with your pre-seed round. And let's be in touch. Right, guys, let's move to our next Caelestinus to present, which will be 7.1, and it should be even. So even it's I can see probably your slides. So speak up so I can confirm we are.
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Yes, we can.
Got it. Yeah, so I'll start here. So yeah, we're really building the new standard for the brain health checkup. And what we're trying to solve is the hidden dementia patients. Not many people know, but then the paradigm for dementia is actually changing. There are thousands of papers that are, proving that if you change your lifestyle in the early stage of a cognitive decline, you can change the path of the dementia. There are a lot of drugs that are coming out that are being approved by FDA to be applied to the dementia patients. But then the one thing that is really missing in the target in the link is that the most of the dementia patients are hidden. Most of the the PCPs, they don't have time to go further to do a brain test on every person that comes in because it takes about 30 minutes of their time. And the patients, they don't really communicate their symptoms until it's really severe. And that's why that we get the late interventions and the clinics are losing a lot of opportunities. So we have about 20 professionals who are dedicated to this opportunity. We have a medical doctor who has been on this field for about 40 years of his life. We have AI, engineers who have been, building the AI products for a long time. So what we came up with is the AI-powered dementia screener using 1-minute speech data. It's self-autonomous, so it's using AI, so it doesn't really need a further clinicians. It takes 1 minute, so it fits right into the health checkup time. So that the physicians would know the status of the person before that they actually enters into the room of the physicians. And because it's done by a voice, it's pretty scalable. You don't need to buy separate devices. And we have done 8 clinical studies so far to prove its efficacy. Our sensitivity ranges from 92% to 98%. And the most recent study that we have done was with Eisai Pharmaceutical, which is a global pharmaceutical company that has FDA-approved drugs for Alzheimer's. And we have done it to the MCI patients, which are said to be about 5 years before the actual clinical diagnosis of dementia. But then we had the highest accuracy compared to like the MoCA test, which is a traditional test, or like a Cogmed, which is an internal screening tool that the Eisai Pharmaceutical uses. And we were much better at predicting if this person has, protein buildup in their brain. Our correlation was much more stronger than any other tools that were in the market, and we had a clear stepwise correlations to. So, if as you can see, that if you score higher, that means that you have low protein buildup, and if you score low, you have a high protein buildup. So it was a great success, and we are talking with collaboration with them. So how we are implemented in the with the primary care physicians at the moment is that there are so physicians. So when they enter into a physician's office, they're given the Alzheimer's test, which takes them about 2 minutes, and they see the nurse and the physicians afterwards. So it doesn't change any of the workflows that these clinicians have. And when we did this pilot in Ohio, about 88% of the Medicare patients have opted into the test, and 16% of them were out to be the high-risk groups. And we have found out that we can actually increase the revenue of the clinics by about $75,000 a year. And we have confirmed the payment from United, Humana, Aetna, and Medicare itself. So we are working with many clinics now. We have about 77 clinics that want to adopt our solutions in the US. And we have an investment and cooperation offer from a medical institution called AHN, which is under the Blue Cross Blue Shield. And we have proudly started a POC product with the InterSystems Iris system as of last month. We are really proud of it, and we are really looking to target the 45 billion SOM in the U.S. market. So with that, we want to raise about 5 million this time. We have some interest investors from US and Korea, and we really want to get more investors to really support our US commercial scalability as well as EHR integration and the feature optimization. So what we really want to do is to really alter the trajectory of this cognitive decline by really having our solution at the PCP levels, the primary care physicians level. We think we can be a brain health checkup that can be done within 2 minutes and really change the disease trajectory if they're found to be in all the signs of dementia patients. Yeah, that's what we are trying to do. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Evan, for a very nice pitch. I mean, personally, I'm suffering from declining cognitive abilities since the morning. So if you can come up maybe with a pivot to help me through the day to keep the cognitive morning level, I would be extremely happy. But again, as I age, I'm hoping that your solutions sees the light of day, and I'll be analyzed in time. So thank you for the pitch. Now it's question time. You can use Slido or ask directly here. So anyone can ask anything even. You can even ask anything.
Yeah.
So questions? I don't see anyone on Slido yet. Maybe it takes time. Still, oh, we've got a question. What about different regions other than US or Asia? So what about Europe, for example,
Yeah,
if I may
thank you.
lobby?
Yeah, so we have a version for German and Spanish and French at the moment, so covering a part of Europe as well. We don't have a partner in the region yet, but then we're looking into like a deeper option for Germany at the moment. So we really want to cooperate with the partners in in Europe. We are speaking with some of the players in UK at the moment, especially in the NHS's innovation lab at the Oxford. So hopefully, we can make some kind of things arranged within the next year or so. But then, yeah, at the moment, our efforts are contained within UK and some part of Germany, and but then we have the version for German, Spanish, French, and obviously English as well.
Well, thank you. There is another question. In the real world, with uncontrolled environments, where people might have a cold, speech impediments, or simple background noise, how do you prevent false positives with your test?
Right. By the way that's regulated by FDA, the tests are going to be done at the clinic where there isn't going to be like much of a noise from outside. However, when we did the real life the testing, the one of the major factor that had the false positive were the severe depression patients. And thankfully, when we do the tests, especially during the annual wellness visits in the US, the test is given with the PHQ-9 simultaneously. So we know that whether this person is more on the severe depression wise or more of that brain deterioration wise. So that's how we're doing at the moment. And our algorithm is not only based on the linguistic patterns. It is also based on the context of what you say. So we look at about 20 different parameters, not only looking at the muscle movements or the pitch movements. However, we're looking at the context basis as well. So it doesn't only depends on those the throat problems, but then we're looking at how you're answering the question that we give.
Right. There is also a question if you flag a healthy individual as high risk, aren't you just burdening memory clinics that don't actually have dementia? So what's the risk of these high risk false positives?
Yeah, so I think obviously it's going to be ideal to have 100% accuracy on a test. However, our sensitivity at the moment is around 92% to 98%, meaning that there will be some false positive. However, our test is not a diagnostic test. It's an assessment aid for the clinicians. So what it means is that rather than most of the PCPs at the moment skip the brain health test because it takes them about 30 minutes of their time when they have about 3 to 5 minutes with the patients. So they are skipping the brain health test altogether. But then what we can do is that our test can be implemented during the wait time of the patients, so that if we flag some people who are likely to be positive, that they can be included in the radar much earlier than before. So yes, our test is not 100% accurate. However, we are going to be a good first gateway to the screening for dementia patients in an early stage.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. That's been a great pitch. Thanks for your answers, and I hope that your solution is available soon for everybody, including me in Europe. So thank you. That was 7.1. And we have our next team, our third page, which would be SHAARPEC. Yes, we have SHAARPEC, and we should have Thomas online to deliver the page.
Yep, I am here.
Excellent.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Tom.
Hello there. Great to see everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great session. So pleased to share SHAARPEC with the group. We're the AI prediction layer for pharma commercial. And we're a little bit different. We're an enterprise platform for pharma, and we'll just talk through the value proposition. But fundamentally, pharma companies today spend many billions of dollars on data, claims data, EHR data, a variety of types. But despite all of that spend on healthcare data, we know for many years we continue to miss product launches. Over 67% of product launches miss their targets. Unable to identify patients who are eligible for their treatments, which obviously affects both the patients, importantly, but also the pharma revenue. And evidence to prove that those those treatments are effective comes late. All of this data that is purchased is basically old. It's already happened. It's in the past. In some cases, 9 or 12 months delayed after the prescription's already been made. And the reason for that, the reason that we're not able to apply it more effectively is that it comes in basically tabular traditional formats that don't look forward. And so our platform is designed to take that multi-billion dollars of data that's already an investment and create patient trajectories. Those patient trajectories can be organized in a way that we can understand at a population level how patients move through healthcare, and then project those forward so that we can identify patients before they've been prescribed a diagnosis or that an intervention window has already passed. And we do that with a graph data model and an AI layer within it that basically takes all of that existing data, organizes it into the patient trajectories, as I mentioned, and then predicts those forward so that we can see where they're moving. And we're able to implement this within 90 days to go from retrospective data to forward-looking capabilities. And we're now building disease-specific foundation models so that we can accelerate that time to insight to our pharma customers. We've already delivered over 5 peer-reviewed journals and specific outcomes for BMS, where we showed 5.6% increased addressable market for their cardiology AFib medications. And very interestingly, for Takeda, we were able to identify patients who were diagnosed with ADHD 18 months earlier than they otherwise would have been, which anyone who's suffered or understands that space, an 18-month earlier diagnosis in that disease area is very significant for the patient, and obviously helpful to Takeda as well. We are completely unique in the market as we've evaluated the landscape. The other major players here basically provide prescriptive analytics, retrospective looking, and I like to call means and medians. So you can know that there are 50%, 51% men and 49% women, but nothing in the market is really looking forward in the way that we're able to. And then the speed at which we can deliver these insights has been important to our pharma clients. From a market perspective, this is a massive market. The use of AI to predict patient outcomes is one of the largest markets, broadly speaking, but specifically within healthcare. And we look at pharma really as our beachhead. We have done work in other verticals, but recognize that the value proposition and the budgets and the decision-making within pharma is going to be our fastest path to market, and also, I think, well represents our team's experience in the space. Once we establish the pharma market, we'll begin to expand into other verticals, including hospitals, insurance, CROs, et cetera. As I mentioned, we're an enterprise platform, and so we see this scaling not unlike something like a Palantir, where we have a foundation tier where we'll have, let's say, one therapeutic area, one prediction model, and then as we grow, a pharma company with multiple indications will be able to build both foundation models and predictive pipelines up to the point where we're an enterprise-level platform across all of an organization's data and analytics requirements, and we see that as an opportunity of about $3 million per account as we grow, and significant gross margins, LTV, and the very, very large customers could be very significant revenue for us. And so we're in an interesting position. We're raising $5 million, but there's already been $4 million invested in the platform through non-dilutive options. And we've been thrilled to be part of the Caelestinus network.
Thank you, Tom, for your pitch. It's great that it's inevitable for pharma to basically become your customers. So I hope we at Caelestinus were able to help this happen. Here out of top of my head, I might want you to connect you to a guy responsible for data in AstraZeneca. So if you can just ping me afterwards globally, that you might want to talk to. As you can see, these things happen instantly. So, but let's head for questions. So let me check Slido. Yeah, we have a couple of questions already. Let me read them out loud. What might be the reasons your competitors are holding back with the backward approach?
Yeah, it's a great question. Why they haven't moved forward? It is a function of let's say inertia. I think corporate inertia is probably one of those capabilities. I think uniquely our kind of starting point in Sweden with some very innovative health systems and technology partners led us to build something that hadn't been done before. And then the ability to get very quick traction in publications through some research leaders. But why they've not moved to this space, I have to think it's corporate inertia. Of course, there are smaller companies with some capabilities that aren't quite like ours, but starting to think about it. But fundamentally, it's the connection of these different technology capabilities, and the time that we live in with AI becoming a possibility. So it's a fantastic question, one I'll think more about.
Yeah, we have another one. How do you overcome the AI black box problem to ensure clinicians and pharma reps actually trust and act on your predictions?
Yeah, there's probably two questions in there potentially. One is we do very deep validation of the algorithms, comparing it to actual results, and we've had very high area under the curve results for our publications, as you may have seen. And then it's essential that we drive pull through for the analytics that we provide. And so we have both endpoints within the pharma companies, reports and dashboards that they can use to inform their sales team as to, let's say, which PCP or hospital system to focus on, because they have a burgeoning opportunity for the therapeutic. But we also have a couple global channel partners who have direct access to EHRs. And so the algorithms that we build can be deployed through their capabilities directly into EHRs, and take the pharma company to some extent out of the loop. They don't see the exact results of those, but they get the opportunity to influence physicians at scale. And so we have multiple ways, and that concept of pull through is really essential to how we go to market. So there's direct pharma applications, but also partners who can use that data directly at the point of care.
Well, thank you, Thomas, for your pitch and answers. And so fingers crossed, just ping me about the AstraZeneca connection. I'll be happy to make it for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And now let's move to Hatopy, and we should have Martin on call to present what Hatopy has been up to.
Hello, everybody. My name is Martin. I'm the founder of CEO of Hatopy, and I wanted to use these 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less with data and graphs than others, but with a story about how and why are we building Hatopy actually. So this is Anna. Anna is our fictional eczema patient, and unfortunately, Anna has severe eczema. That's not just dry skin. It's a very painful condition. You can't sleep very well. You get woken up multiple times during the night. You have social stigma. You can't easily go outside without everybody looking at you. And there is a very high treatment burden, because there is large out-of-pocket costs, and it's just difficult. So there is also so-called the itch-scratch cycle, and this one is important. Itch makes Anna scratch. Scratching gives short relief, but it damages the skin. And damaged skin becomes more inflamed and itchy, and the loop repeats. So what does Anna do in such situation? The logical thing, she goes to see her dermatologist, right? Dr. Bob. And Anna goes for her annual appointment. Dr. Bob is a good guy. He wants to help, but he sees Anna only briefly. He gives her classic anti-inflammatory creams. These help. You can't use them too much. Daily routines are hard. And of course, Anna is a severe patient. There are stronger systemic options. However, those have some limits. So what is there for Anna? Well, since 2017, there came interesting change in eczema care because biologic drugs became available worldwide. Those are great, effective, important, and life-changing for many patients, but extremely expensive at scale, up to $50K per patient per year in the US. But this is also a good thing because eczema finally got priced as a serious disease. However, it makes problem for a third person in our story, healthcare payer Phil, because Phil has limited resources, but the treatment for eczema is growing and he needs to be careful with allocating those resources correctly. But, for Anna, she was lucky. She lives in London and she got actually another option, which is not available in basically any other place in the world. She sees a psychodermatologist, Peggy, and they go through a structured clinical process that combines a specialized medicine plan of classic anti-inflammatory medicine, but completely different plan, cognitive behavioral sessions, several week active program, and follow-up and relapse prevention. All of these target the itch-scratch cycle. And it helped Anna. There are measured improvements shown in studies, and the results have been clinically tested, but they are hard to scale through medical systems because it needs a lot of clinical specialists like Peggy and several sessions. So people and time, exactly the thing that the medical systems don't have. Anna is living in London. She went through the program. She's happy. However, there are over 220 million patients with eczema living worldwide who don't have access to this therapy. And for those, we're building Hatopy. actually a digital and wearable system to make the psychodermatology approach scalable and implementable in the medicine systems, combining our proprietary variables and sensors for helping go through the program and sensing the progress, our app, AI, and investigator dashboard for the clinicians to be doing a little oversight. So we're building it for the healthcare system as well, because Anna is happy, she got her eczema under control, and Bob is happy. He helped Anna without more work or time, which he doesn't have, unfortunately. And Phil is happy. He now has more cost-effective ways to help severe eczema patients. And thanks to Caelestinus, we're actually able to go from concept to a pilot, because we have, over the course of the several months, built a clear clinical story, refined positioning, and most importantly, found a clinical champion in Czechia and are now preparing a pilot study for our whole system to show that we can digitally replicate the results of this whole program. However, all of these will need serious resources. And there comes the last person in our story. This is investor Ian. Ian is a smart medtech investor, right? And he backs companies that help patients, understands regulations, looks for moat, and sees a large payer problem. However, he sees the value that Hatopy could make. And for investors like Ian that are watching at the moment, I have just 2 sentences. Be like Ian. Join Hatopy's story. And thank you. Let's talk.
Well, thank you, Martin, for your pitch. So let's be like why not? Let's talk. If you are interested in angel investing, let's also talk about this. I'm happy that you took advantage of your time in Caelestinus, so that you moved the project forward and found a medical partner for your study. So let's go for questions now. Let me check the Slido. So I think there is a question which belonged to the previous speaker, but I think it might be relevant, which is, so what's your moat? You mentioned that even the investors should look for long-term moats. So what is your moat, and how moatful is it?
Thank you for this question. We do believe it's kind of a deep moat, because first, we have basically taken parts of state-of-the-art research and use it to build the digital and variable scaffolding around the original programs. So we're actually doing our proprietary variables. That's number one, which are needed to go through this. Second thing, after deployment, of course, we will start building a large-scale data set, helping us find information that could help similar patients as well. And third thing is, this is not just a wellness project. We are targeting to prove in large enough studies that we can show statistically meaningful benefits, which nobody else at the moment has done before for this area. And I do believe that these 3 things will create a really lasting moat.
There is a related question on on the competitive landscape. So are there any competitors that you can see around that are moving in the same direction or targeting same patients?
There are, of course, several different positions of competitors adjacent to what we are doing. However, in terms of digital therapeutics, those are mostly informative and learning programs for the patients. We are trying to focus actually on the therapeutic side of the program and target the itch-squared cycle. That's number one. Second thing is having our solution as a companion to, not only as a thing to replace the expensive therapies, but as a companion to those expensive therapies as well. There are also competitors at the moment. However, none are actually taking this therapy that has shown really good results and trying to scale it. And that's the unique thing that we are doing with Hatopy.
Right. Last question is about the devices. Isn't that a bit costly, time consuming? Does it need certification? Is this thing like is this road really best one? Go through medical devices, lots of issues, lots of troubles.
Yeah, completely understand. When everybody says hardware, the first thing is that hardware is hard. However, our big advantage is that we have complete hardware manufacturing pipeline in Czechia. Thanks to my already contacts, we have brought electronics products to market, and we have partners for the whole manufacturing, development, and certification cycle here in Czechia. We don't have to go to Asia right at the moment. And we do believe that we, in few months, will have devices that will actually be able to deliver not to just one or two patients, but scale to a pilot of lower tens of people and show that we can use that safely with humans with sensitive skin and are developing it accordingly. So I understand the concern, but I do believe that this is our strong side.
Great. So thank you, Martin, for your pitch, and fingers crossed. Let's move to PharmacoScope, our next Caelestinus, and we might have Andre online to present this. Hello.
Right.
You're all set, all good.
I hope so.
Yes, we can see your slides. Yes, we can see everything.
Right. Okay. So, hello everybody. My name is Andre, and I'm a chemist, physician, and biophysicist. And currently, I'm a founder and CEO of a company called PharmacoScope. Within this company, we're developing an algorithm called Admivio for accurate drug dosing. Why is that important? The point is, every patient is different. And because of that, every patient requires vastly different amounts of medication, even for the very same diagnosis. And currently, there is no way how to comprehend all the details or all the parameters about the patient so that we could prescribe the right doses for them. And so it's easy to overdose or underdose the patients. If we underdose the patients, we prolong the therapy because it's inefficient. If we overdose the patient, we create some side effects that need to be treated, and therefore it's again longer. So either way, it hurts the patient, it creates a burden on the hospital, and it costs a lot of money. World Health Organization estimates that approximately $42 billion annually are lost due to inaccurate drug dosing, and the time of hospitalization is prolonged by approximately 20% on average. So it's a big issue. How do we solve this? Well, more often than not, we just ignore the problem because there's not much else what we can do. We predominantly estimate the doses of the drugs for those patients. It's seemingly free. Nevertheless, there are those hidden costs that I've already mentioned. So an alternative to that is so-called therapeutic drug monitoring. That means that we measure the concentration in blood, whether it's sufficient or too high or too low. It's very elegant. Nevertheless, it's very costly. And so we do it whenever it's strictly necessary, because otherwise we cannot scale it for the entire population. It would be just way too costly. Last option is to use some calculators. There are many calculators available, but they suffer from two principal issues. On the one hand, they are relatively complicated to use, and on the other one, they are not accurate enough. And so they are not used in clinical practice all that much. And so there is a lot of room for improvement. So here comes our solution. We have an algorithm that essentially creates a digital twin of the patient, within which we can simulate, we can predict the whether those doses are sufficient, insufficient, or whether they need some adjustments. A good thing about it is that all it takes is some very easy to obtain information, such as the height and weight and arm circumference and similar parameters. The more parameters you have, the better the prediction is, the lower uncertainty. And even if you have some advanced information, such as kidney function or liver function or genotype, it can also process it. Again, more information you put in, the more accurate the prediction is, the lower the uncertainty. Also, it's AI-free technology, so it's fully auditable, fully explainable. Now, this is a platform technology that we can use for all sorts of uses in many fields, and we would like to start with those that have limited or no barrier to entry. So we can use it for example, supplement calculations such as vitamin D, magnesium, and whatever it is. We do not expect much of revenue there. Nevertheless, they can be essentially our first paying customers that can help us bridge to our ultimate goal to get to the healthcare providers and insurance companies. Those need a MDR and FDA approval, and so it can help us get that. Currently, we are relatively early. We are still developing the software, but it will be finished in several months. And we are already planning clinical trials and some pilot studies in several hospitals across 3 different countries in Europe. And we would like to go to the MDR and FDA approval. To get that, we will need money, and so we estimate that to get from here to the final approved product, we would need up to 1 million euros. In line with that, we are currently raising for 500,000 to 1 million euros to get us there. In the end, our team is relatively small, but it's supported by a large advisory board with a lot of experience, and we will do everything it takes to get this product to the market. In the end, let me ask you, if you were the patient, what would you prefer, the standard dose or the right one? Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for your pitch. Now it's time for questions. So let me again check the Slido. So far, we don't have any question. Any questions you can ask straight away, live, without the need to put it down in Slido. So let's wait for a few minutes. My question would be: is there a prototype or anything that that you are using, you have used in your research and studies, something that would stimulate the user experience, the future? If I'm a physician and I'm using your tool, like what would it look like? What would it give me?
Right. So I don't have it here at the moment. We are still developing it. We have the algorithm is now fully developed, and we are currently finishing the front end. So I cannot show how the interface would look like at the moment. We will have it soon.
Right. We have a question. So what is the biggest risk in your business? Is it regulation or is it something else? What's the risk that in you have a outlook for the next 6 years until it's available in the market, certified? So what is the biggest risk that could endanger your path to success?
Yes, right. So we have done everything to de-risk the software. So everything from that side is already developed and validated. So that we don't see that as a major risk. We would see perhaps the certification, because it requires a lot of time and a lot of money. So that would be our greatest risk, but we are working to mitigate that too.
Fine. So thank you, Andre, for
Thank you.
Your patience. Good luck on your journey, on your road. It's a long one and demanding one. So fingers crossed. And if you need anything, make sure to knock on our doors, so to speak. And we will be moving on to last team before a short break, which will be DeafTawk. So DeafTawk, I'm not sure who'll be speaking, if it's going to be Ali and Vamik or maybe Sana. Oh, we have Ali.
Yes, actually, it's me and Vamik. We both will be pitching together.
So excellent. So the floor is yours. Go ahead, guys.
Sure. So, Vamik, can you pull on the slides?
Yeah, can you see now?
Yeah. All right, guys. My name is Ali.
And I'm Vamik.
Vamik is my eyes because I'm blind.
And I lead my because I'm deaf.
And we are a DeafTalk team. We are here to bridge the communication gap for the deaf community. How we started.
So as a deaf person, I faced many challenges in trying to communicate with the general public, like trying to get the education or trying to talk to the doctor at the hospital. And there were no training with interpretation in Pakistan. So that was the reason why I had to move to the US to avail this facility. And because of that, I was able to complete my education and, communicate with the general public. And then I returned to Pakistan. I realized there were millions of deaf people who still don't have the access. That's why we have built a platform to empower the deaf community.
And Vamik is not alone. If we talk about the global size of this population is 466 million, which is 500 million across the globe, who are facing that particular challenge every single day in their life. If they visit a doctor, unable to explain the pain because doctor doesn't know sign language, and there are lack of sign language interpreters as well. According to WHO, there are one sign language interpreter for 8,000 deaf users. So you can see the humongous limitation of sign language interpreters. Over the top, most of the deaf person, even 90% at the global south, unable to read and write the native languages. It's just an example. If I don't know German, I cannot read the German. So for deaf users, sign language is a very comprehensive element to communicate. And we are bridging that gap by providing digital sign language interpretation services wherever, whenever required. We have a two solution. One is a mobile app in which we connect deaf users with human interpreters, as well as an AI solution. Currently, we are operating in 5 markets, looking forward to launch in the new avenues. Here is a screenshot of a mobile application in which we connect deaf users with human sign language interpreters. As a use case, if a deaf person visits your doctor, connects with the mobile app, or hospital helps the deaf users to connect with the sign language interpreter on the go and able to share their pain points. And in response, doctor can give the recommendations or remedies, whatever they want. In that way, deaf patient and doctor has better experience of conversation and communication, and deaf patients have more informed information of the knowledge what the treatment is going on. It has a lot of different features such as VIP services, group calling, share the files and stuff. So it not only the physical but virtually they can also connect with the doctors. On the other side, our second solution is AI solution, which is translation from text to sign and voice to sign on the go. It's real time and it's 98% accurate. So in order to take the reports, conduct about any written content, doctor's appointment, anything, accessing to website, that solution can easily have. It's very simple. It's just plug and play like integration, and it is operating in 6 different languages as well. If we talk about our traction in last 4 years, we have rendered more than 2 million minutes. We have monthly active users of 68,000 in which markets which we are operating in. If we talk about our LTM, it's 1.8 million, and our MMR, we are clicking around 150,000 per month. We are not only a business case, but has a huge impact in the lives of persons who are hearing impaired. More than 97,000 deaf people been benefited through DeafTalk services in the domain of education, employment opportunities, and especially the health services. Almost 97 plus calls we receive to facilitate daily in order to help deaf patients to communicate with the doctor, and this is the biggest demand from the deaf users to make hospital accessible. If we talk about the global market size, that's a $34 billion market size, and we expect to acquire at least 20% in next 5 years as per our growth rate statistics. We are not alone. There are certain competition also available in both human interpretation and AI model available, but we have our own unique selling points, such as for human interpreters, we are 24/7 available. On emergency, we are just on one click, no waiting time. We have the largest pool of sign language interpreters operating in multi-languages such as sex, whereas our AI solution is consistent LLM modules. So it's generative AI. There is no pre-recorded data sets, whereas it's 98% accurate. And now we are working on the concurrence rate as well, which is as a market concept, 70% concurrence is pretty acceptable. And we have commercial element as well. When we talk about our revenue model, it's based on both. For B2C, it's interpretation services on demand. We charge on permanent basis, which is prepaid and cashless. But for B2B, it's a monthly subscription. If we talk about our global clients, which we already working with, here are some of the list, and we want to extend that list for particularly for the medical purposes and hospitals, although we have some in talks in Denmark or in Singapore with some hospitals, but we need to do the commercial pilot with them. This is our founding team. We all are persons with disability ourselves. I'm looking after the business development. Vamek himself deaf, looking after technology, and AQ is blind as well, looking after the operation side of DeafTawk. This is our global team who are helping us to go global and scale the services to be the Google translator for the deaf community across the globe. Yes, we are raising $1.5 million, but on the other side, we have a pertinent ask. We want to collaborate with different hospitals and clinics to start that pilot to make hospital accessible. Communication is not a luxury, it's an essential. And as SDG says, leave no one behind. So we want to make hospitals and health services accessible for all. Looking forward for further collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali, for your great pitch. Very clear, very succinct. Let's check Slido for questions. So I think it's still, we don't have a new question, but I'm curious. So is there, how do you interpret for health and medical related fields? Do you need like to find trained physicians that are also trained in sign language, or if you have a complicated conditions and explanation and jargon, I don't suppose it's part of general vocab, as I am not an expert in medical terms and health related. So I can imagine it must be pretty tough to find the interpreters. And I wanted to ask, how well is then AI doing compared to human experts in medical sign language, in kind of?
That's a very, very good question. So first, with the human interpreters, we have specialized interpreters who are experts in the medical terminology. So there are certain interpreters who have skill set, particularly for hospitals, and they are the certified hospital sign language interpreters. If we talk about the numbers, although it's varied from sign language to sign language because we are operating in 6 different sign languages, but holistically, if we talk about medical specialist sign language interpreters, we have around 160 medical specialist sign language interpreters. And that's the way towards our AI, which help us to build our data sets on the medical terminology. Currently, we have more than 68 million data set with us, which means if Google start working on that data set today, with all the resources, they will take at least 3 years to comprehend that data sets. And if we talk about only the medical one, yes, it has a larger, but we totally understand new words will be coming, and we have that ultimate trigger on it, in which we gauge what sign language is missing or what data set is missing for converting that sign language, particularly for the medical terminology. So immediately we pull into that one. So again, coming back to human interpreters, we have that capacity in dataset. Yes, we believe. That's why we wanted to start a pilot. As the pilot goes on, it will reflect us more better understanding how the deaf patients and that communication or conversation is happening.
Okay. Last question is your new user growth driven mostly through enterprise customers such as hospitals or direct B2C, meaning probably paying individuals or subscriptions for patients who pay themselves?
Actually, for B2C, it's a patients who pays themselves, or it's deaf users who pays themselves, because it's not only utilization for communicating with the doctors, but for riding or ride-hailing services, for communication with restaurant or paramedical staff, for pharmacies. They use that services everywhere, wherever they want to communicate. So it's the essential part of their life to communicate or to translate with the general public, either it's doctor or pharmacist or even a shopkeeper. But on the other side, we face a lot of demand. Why we are not making hospital accessible? Because currently we are working with a lot of banks and mobile network operators on that particular role. So it's a demand from the deaf users to make hospital accessible. In that way, whatever they are paying, so it's being paid by the hospital.
Well, let's hope that your services will more and more be covered by health insurance, or will be provided by the government, for those that need it, and also hospitals will somehow include it in the way they can communicate with everybody. So thank you, DeafTawk. Thank you, Ali. It's been great having you in Caelestinus, and fingers crossed for DeafTawk's journey around the world, so that it grows and reaches everybody that needs it. So thank you again. Now we'll take a 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. So we are back, guys. It's been a short break, but enough for me to get outside and get inside really quickly, because it's really unbearable. It's so much better to be sitting in front of a screen indoors. I know this sounds crazy, but it's true today. So I hope you are having a good time in front of your screens, wherever you may be. And it's my pleasure now to invite, let me check with the agenda, OrganoBit BioIntelligence. And we should have Dominic online to.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Dominic. Let's go. If you're ready, we are ready. We want to know what you've been up to with OrganoBit over the past months. So give us an update, and the stage is yours.
All right. Okay, is the screen visible? I hope so. All right, yeah, thanks everyone. So really happy for the opportunity to present our progress thus far. A lot of things has happened. So our focus is now more refined than ever. And then we're happy to share our update with you guys. So my name is Domi from OrganoBit. we are building the evidence-based organoid protocols at your command. So basically, we are developing the intelligence infrastructures for organoid intelligence. And then the problem we're trying to solve here is that we now see AI for drug discovery everywhere. This is a huge market. And we do now have many more drug candidates that we can take to clinical trials. But the problem is, selecting which of these drugs actually work in clinical trial is very challenging. And the animal biology is not quite what a human biology is. So we really need a new platform, and organoid is one of those platforms that allows us to predict human biology in the lab. As a quick view on organoid is something that you can think as a mini organs or stem cells you can grow into 3D, and it could be useful for modeling the different kind of diseases and how useful a drug in different organs. So organoid could be brain organoid, could be bone organoid, liver organoid, and so on. The simple way of growing organoid, you can think of it as stem cells plus some growth chemicals, and you give it some time, you get organoid of certain type. But this process is not as easy as it seems. The process of organoid adoption is very, very messy. At this moment, a lot of people are having their own protocols, and it's hard to find the right one. The top 5 pain points that the industry is facing for the biotech, for the biopharma, are the variability and limited control on how to grow them, and variability from the different donors for these organs. And there are a lot of biomaterial issues along with that. So we have talked with so many people in the industry, the CRO, the biopharma, and so on, attend many events, and also work on a couple of projects with them to understand these very pain points. So obviously, there are many areas that organoid could be very helpful, like the preclinical disease modeling, doing clinical trial in this, so we can predict better clinical trial. And it is very useful in the biomanufacturing, as we have, cell and gene therapy and many others. But we believe the economy for organoid is still missing something. And then as someone working in the computational space, what's missing to us is the intelligence infrastructures. You can imagine in the world of chemistry and proteins, you have a lot of the simulation engines. You can do a lot of tests and design before you go to the laboratory. But when it comes to organoid, this is still an empty space. So we are trying to tackle this by building the very niche but a very useful protocol engine. We call the organoid protocol discovery, design, and optimizations. We call this protocol foundry. And what it takes as an input is the protocol specifications, what kind of organoid they want to build for what kind of therapeutics or disease. And the systems can self-improve, be very much supply chain aware, multimodal, and give you insights about how the organoid is supposed to be grown. And then it gives you the protocols and the evidence why those protocols is the best for your use case. And we have tested with a couple of this preclinical trial in R&D team, and then they are, observing the kind of benefit from not needing to do the trial and error, but instead talking with this protocol foundry engine and then giving them the best protocol evidence for their use case. Save them time, save them money, and most importantly, you can repeat the process. So this bin has giving us a bit more traction. So we have AI agents along with it. We have data refinery and a bit of simulations. We get a bunch of supports from a lot of these cloud providers and also local ecosystems. It gives us understanding, trying to tackle this big market, 2 billion markets currently, which is growing, and then trying to cover as much as possible in the next 3 years. And we are positioning ourselves over there in the AI native versions of the 3D culture. And then we really see the positionings growing stronger and stronger as people are differentiating themselves from the others. And ourselves, one of our main differentiators is we cover all organoid types. We focus on APhinityCare. So this is very much different from the others. And people are really interested in us. In different tiers, we are trying to first tackle the CROs before then moving to biopharma and manufacturing. And yeah, currently we are still a solo founder, but we already have a couple of potential CSO coming on board with us. We are doing projects with them. So we're looking forward to grow along with this organoid. And our ask is a quick $1 million USD for a couple of the improvement on our platform. And then we are looking forward to understand also a different market in Australia and Hong Kong. Yeah, that's all. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Domi, for a great pitch, very clear. I'm so fascinated by organoids. I know a Swedish startup that grows mini brains, and I think you might want to talk to them about somehow helping you pilot that intelligence layer. We can connect you, by the way. Just ping me. It's called BrainZell from Sweden. They just won the best Swedish healthcare startup award. For questions, we don't have so much time, but at least I can see some questions. So are you currently looking for hospitals that can provide clinical validation for your platform?
Yeah. So when it comes to hospitals, there is an interesting angle to it. Like we hear, trying to see. We talked to a couple hospitals, and then what they're trying to do is upgrading their tissue biobanks into organoid biobanks. Because when we do all these organoid protocols, the original cell lines for the organoids need to come from somewhere, and usually the hospital already have their own tissue biobank, stem cells biobank, and then they want to expand into the organoids, progenitors or things like that. And they really need protocols that is fixed for growing that before they put it in cryopreservations and then can sell it or distribute it to researchers who need it. So it's called patient-derived organoids. That is one of the use case, but we are really seeing the demands from hospitals is a bit more regulated, so it takes more time to actually penetrate them. And we are seeing in vitro as our first tier because they are cycle-wise faster. And then the pain point for in vitro CROs, having suboptimal protocols is really costing them a lot. So that's why we are trying to first penetrate the in vitro CROs.
Right. So thank you, Demi, for your pitch. Wish you good luck. If you wish, then I can connect you with a great startup, I think, in the organoid space that might somehow you could collaborate. So I'm just offering that if you want to follow up. And
right.
Fingers crossed. And thanks for being part of Caelestinus 2026 batch.
Journey.
And that's amazing, amazing business you are in anyway. So let's move on to our next Caelestinus to present, which should be none other than Empallo. And I'm hoping to see Claire in a few moments.
Hello.
Hello, here you go. We can see your slides, we can hear you all fine, so you're good to go.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Claire Beskin, founder and CEO of Empallo. We are enabling concierge-level cardiac care without the traditional concierge price tag. I lost a family member suddenly to cardiovascular disease in 2021, and some or many of us on this call may have lost someone we care about to it as well. In the US, more than 120 million adults have cardiovascular disease, and globally, it's over 600 million people. The reason behind this might not be a lack of resources, but how we're using them. Our initial market, the US, spends over $300 billion each year on cardiac care. Globally, we spend over $1 trillion, much of it on acute events that could have been avoided. In fact, about half of all cardiac-related emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and procedures could be prevented with timely care. Unfortunately, most people can't get that care soon enough. The average wait to see a cardiologist in the US is over a month. And in many areas, patients are telling us their alternative was to wait 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. I've even heard 2 years. And even after that first visit, there are often delays and mix-ups when getting testing and treatment, with too many people falling through the cracks along the way. That's where we come in. At Empallo, patients get seen in days, not months. Currently, most people find us after something concerning shows up in primary care, such as an abnormal blood pressure, cholesterol, or electrocardiogram. We're increasingly getting referrals from primary care, and patients can also go online and book an appointment with us directly, even without a referral. Empallo enables comprehensive cardiac care that is personal, proactive, and built around the patient. So, how can we do this when others can't? Let's skip this slide over to here. We built a tech-enabled cardiac clinic that's automating everything that shouldn't take provider time. Things like billing, documentation, and scheduling, so clinicians can focus on patient needs. Unlike most clinics, we did not try to retrofit old systems. Instead, we built our platform from the ground up on modern infrastructure that is open source and interoperable, as well as Fire native, so that we can be responsive to feedback from patients and providers. Our development cycle from idea to prototype to production is often less than 2 weeks. We move fast. Our care model is virtual first, making care more accessible and operations more efficient. If you're wondering whether top-notch cardiology can really happen virtually, well, so are some of our patients. Then they met us. As you can see from a few of the public reviews our patients have shared, many were surprised by how easy our platform is to use and how thorough our virtual care is. How we asked questions that their in-person doctors never had, how we made it easy to get all of the diagnostics and medications that were needed, and how we built care plans that finally worked for them. Since launching our clinics in 2025, we've shown that we can deliver excellent care with high retention and strong unit economics. We now operate in 10 states and counting, and we are in network with most major health plans, including Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Healthcare. Our business model today is fee-for-service. For most patients, we build their health plans, and they may have a copay or deductible, just like with a traditional cardiology clinic. So it's a payment process they're already familiar with. We also offer affordable self-pay rates for patients who don't have insurance or who are out of network, but still want to be seen by our medical group. Even though we operate fee-for-service today, our approach is effectively value-based. Our clinics are designed to support true preventive care, identifying and treating conditions early to prevent acute episodes. This positions us well for value-based contracts in the future. We've brought together an awesome team that cares deeply about both preventing heart disease and helping those who already have it live longer, healthier lives. My background in consulting, finance, and product management taught me how to think cross-functionally and scale products. Our medical director previously spent over 20 years leading heart failure and transplant cardiology at Kaiser Permanente, and our technical team has built healthcare products across startups and large health systems. We have big plans at Empallo. Right now, we're in a data collection phase where we're continuing to prove out the care model and build partnerships with primary care groups and health plans. Next, we're focused on growing the partnerships we already have and adding new ones so we can reach more patients while keeping the experience and outcomes strong. Longer term, we see opportunities to move into value-based contracts and license our EHR platform to other clinics so more providers can deliver care the way we do. The moment for cardiac telehealth has arrived, and we are expanding access to millions who have been left waiting, making them feel heard, cared for, and understood. Thank you, and now I'm happy to open up to questions.
Thank you, Claire. So helping making, what was it, heard? I know that understood. What was the second one?
Heard, understood, and cared for.
Yes, heard, understood, and cared for. I'll use that next time. I'll see my physician. I'll tell him, do you think now I feel heard, understood, and cared for? Absolutely not. Because I think that's the result of the lack of physicians and the large waiting times. When you finally get to see one, he or she doesn't even look at you because he needs to check all the lab results and stuff and knows he's got just 2 minutes before his next appointment. So this would help immensely. And I think we can expect more like ChatGPT to physician kind of services, which Empallo, I think, embodies, as well as other pre-visit solutions that will take some pressure off the system. I'm now trying to look for questions. Yes, we've got one. are you already validating the licensing business model?
Yes and no. So we don't currently license the platform out. We have had several inbound requests to license our EHR. Through word of mouth, people have heard about it and been curious to see it, try it. One even was ready to move forward and start licensing it the next month. We have made a business decision not to license our platform out at the moment because we are a small team with limited resources. And so we've decided to focus on growing our affiliated medical groups. So we sell a service, which is cardiac care, and we build a product, which we currently use pretty much internally with a closely affiliated partner, which is our medical groups. However, in response to this inbound interest in using our platform, we did this year refactor our code to enable a multi-tenant environment so that in the future we could add other clinics to our platform. Our platform would be most applicable to independent clinics that are managing chronic diseases, such as cardiology clinics, maybe diabetes clinics, even primary care. It could be a fit there. So we've enabled that down the road, but we're not focused on that licensing business model at the moment.
Right, so I'll give it a few more seconds for anyone who would like to ask a question to do so. Otherwise, I'd like to wish you good luck and fingers crossed with growing Empallo. It looks now mostly US, but probably you might have plans to expand that globally once you know it's the right time. Do you have such plans, or is it mostly now growth within the US?
I think the US will keep us busy for a little while. We're learning that every state is kind of its own kingdom, but we could expand globally at some point. Right.
So again, if you yourself, if you know somebody who might be interested to expand, to help Empallo expand, just reach out to Claire, I suppose. And I hope that your solution will put those that need it most urgently in a position where they will be understood, cared for, and listened to. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Claire. It's been a great pitch. Unfortunately, we have to dash off, and it's now time to welcome Hugh of BlueSavant AI. So,
hi everybody, can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen as well as you, Hugh. So it's nice to see you again, and we are all ready. We can't wait to learn what you've built, what your plans are.
Thanks so much. Hi, my name is Hugh Kim. I am the co-founder and chief scientist of BlueSavant AI. At BlueSavant AI, our mission is to detect autism as early as possible so as to realize the full potentials of our kids. And this has become ever more urgent due to the increase in prevalence of autism from 1 in 150 just 2 decades ago in the US to now 1 in 31. So autism not only could devastate the individual's parents and families, but also exerts a rising toll on the social and economic cost to community and societies. Our solution is not just a test, but a means to shrink the diagnosis journey. So the current diagnostic shown in the top is beset not only by the lengthy and subjective nature of the test, but also by the technical and systemic barriers resulted in delayed diagnosis and higher overall costs. With early detection, our tests would enable early intervention and provide a handle on prognostic, so that the net effect is that overall would result in less diagnostic costs, better developmental outcomes, and lower lifetime support. How does our test work? Our test can take as little as 5 minutes of virtually pain-free blood draw at home, followed by a genomic readout of gene expression in the form of RNA. These data are then fed into our deep learning model. The model then generates an autism score, which becomes immediately available to the physician with suggested actionable plan for early interventions. So how does our test perform? So compared to the current molecular tests on the market, our test achieved the highest sensitivity to date, capturing most of the true positive without sacrificing too much specificity. Our unique selling proposition is that our platform can deliver high sensitivity as well as highly proactive solution to anxious parents, and through our partners, convenient blood sampling at home. The market for autism, currently $4 billion in the US and $13 billion worldwide, is growing at an annual compound growth rate of 8%. Our beachhead markets, 200 million inside in the US alone, would be parents with autism experience and undiagnosed toddlers who are keenly interested in early detection. We are partnered with Care Center. This is the Lurie Center for Autism here in Boston, Citra Medicine Hospital in Doha, Qatar, and healthcare innovators such as Orion Health to deliver our solution anywhere in the US and around the world. Excitedly, with the recent grant award from InterSystem Ventures, we have built a customized Iris for Health platform that will power our study, our pilot study with our partners. I will demo the platform near the end of my presentation. Our team has multi-domain expertise from clinical drug discovery to diagnostic care, from Dr. Shailesh Japan, who's our CMO, to neuroscience and machine learning. I'll ask, we are seeking $2 million funding for clinical validation, and regulatory approval of our platform is a CLIA certified lab developed test in the US, and eventual FDA approved medical device. Now let me come to the demo. I'm going to try to do it live, but just in case. So what we have here is the Iris platform that operate on AWS. It contains Iris, and our presumed partner, Electronic Health Record Server or EHR, in the file format. We have the data flow securely into our cloud system through a single protected entry point. Our system checks that all three required pieces, the patient record, the genetic readout, and supporting detail have actually arrived and are complete. Once confirmed, that automatically securely trigger our AI model as a separate isolated step for safety and reliability. The demo I will show that it will start from where we have received the lab RNA sequence result in the file R4 format, and then the model will make the inference and generate autism score, which it make immediately available to the research partner. Let me switch over to screen. Can you guys see the screen? Can you guys see the, yes, okay. So
yes,
I launched the demo, you can see, right?
Yeah.
Try it again, it should, yeah, and then now the data's in, I sent to the platform, and you can see it takes very little time. It do the ER data receipt, sequencing, made the chip. Oh, okay, oh, I'm sorry. I had to switch the, stop sharing. Oh, stop sharing, share again. Can anyone see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so this is our the platform on our side. So this is where the data just come in from the sequencing from the RNA, and we launch demo, and then let me do the live, and then just extend to our AI platform. We're going to do make the inference. It receives the data, the HR data, it do the sequencing, and then it make the inference and the analysis, and it generate a score. So then the clinician of the can log to the portal, and then can download my report, right? So the whole thing can take less than a minute, you can see. So that's a live demo to show for you guys. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hugh. It's I appreciate you also showed us a bit of your magic that we could see live, and how fast the score is obtained. So, what is now the biggest bottleneck for you to scale your validation studies, or?
Yeah, I think the current bottleneck has been a while is the ability to raise the fund to support the pilot studies. And so unfortunately, this has always been a challenge for a lot of startup in this particular growth space, where you need to raise the fund to validate the model. First, a lot of times we see they are skittish about that, so that's a challenge of us. We try other avenue to raise funding. For example, we just partnered with Orion Health and Molecular Science Foundation to issue charity tokens, for example, that provide support for our at-home study with Orion Health. That's one revenue, and then we are pursuing other options as well.
Hugh, do you get those ethical kind of question? Is it good to tell and know? Because I remember we also chatted about this when we had our interview. So do you get it from others, or is everyone on the same track? Like, yeah, it's good to know as a parent, as a patient.
Yeah, it's always sort of it's a dilemma in a sense. It's a yes and a no kind of thing. A lot of time parents, they are in denial, but for parents who already have a kid being diagnosed with autism, then they're very keenly, they realize that actually there's a good chance that a subsequent sibling might have the ASD. Then they're very keenly interested to find out as soon as possible. So a lot of time it's just denied in a sense, maybe with the first sibling, but if they know relative or friends that have this, and actually early intervention can really help, they're really keen in actually to find out as soon as possible, even at birth, even if that's possible right now. If it's possible right now, it's not, there's no such test. But we try to push it as early as possible, even when before symptoms appear.
Well, so good luck with your product and service, and I hope it will again make people live happier lives. And it's great that you used your incubation also to build on Iris, and you managed to get some additional support from InterSystems. So I think it's a proof that the technology is really here to support startups, and that it's something that works well with to help you grow your ideas and expand and connect easily to most of the hospital information systems. So thanks again. It's been great having you here. Unfortunately, we have to move along, as we have a Chair Kana waiting online from Partners to Parenthood. So it's Parenthood again from a different angle. And yes, we can see your slide, and I'm hoping to hear from you in a second.
Thank you, Thomas. First, I really want to thank all the Caelestinus organizers, starting with you and Peter and Lena, for providing us the opportunity, and Dean Andrews' team, all the startup crew, where I learned from. And especially through the 3 months, we understood about how InterSystems backup and the not only global but also the U.S. government and public clients are very impactful in the Ready conference. And the best part of it was the other founders. I'm just coming across Hugh Kim very humbly. He's doing a very big work for parents and children who are dealing with autism. But I see the similar pains, which would be a very happy journey to be a parent, but road there is not very easy and full of obstacles. So what we do, we involve the patients and create a care orchestration platform that is clinician-led, and patients are in charge of their journey. Normally, what's going on is there are gaps and patients feel alone in the journey. They have emotional dilemmas, which is counterproductive when they want to have a child and going through multiple series of injections and humiliation due to taboo of infertility and trying to have a family. The demand grows. IVF cycles in the US reached to 450,000 in 2023. And the estimated burden on the clinicians also, if they spend, let's say, 6 hours on one cycle in coordinating and looking over the suboptimal reports that are incomplete, that adds up around 270 million estimated coordination burden, calculated from $100 per hour doctor's fee. So it's a major waste on the healthcare side as well. Because the data is fragmented, intersystems and interoperability provided us a solution to overcome this problem by using FHIR to map the intake journey of the patients to the rest of the healthcare system. So to put it bluntly, they don't walk to the IVF clinics with their vaginas and ovaries or sperms or eggs, but as a whole person with emotional dilemmas. So what we create is a patient-centered journey. As I said, we prepare the patient, we organize the data, and we coordinate the journey. So the patient is prepared before the appointment, and it's not like 15 minutes appointment getting up. So what just happened after waiting 2 weeks minimum for that appointment? Data comes to the provider even before patient walks in with a consent that is adjusted per the country, per state, per insurance. And the patient sees this data and provider sees data, the journey is generated, our workflows are tested. It's not AI generated presently. And we coordinate the journey by any change that happens throughout the 3 months or 9 months, or sometimes it's longer with surrogate in the 12 months. This is surveyed, the emotional health with FHIR map scores of depression score, anxiety score. So the patient feels supported in every way. That is our goal, to make the patient is not a bystander, but they are guided, they don't feel alone, and the results are successful with longitudinal records. So who do we sell to? We sell to clinics because they benefit by saving their hours, by getting a complete journey. And in this, there are multiple people in the clinics that are involved in this, the nurses, the administration, and the physicians. It cuts the time and makes their job easier and makes their patients happy in the aspects that we're helping them. So what's the market over here? In the US, if you look at the 450,000 IVF cycles, with half of them freezing and half of them going for transfers. Unfortunately, only 25% of them live birth. Anyway, we have 260,000 patients. And plus, thanks to interoperability, we connect non-medical data with medical data, and we also support adoption and adoptions from foster care, which adds to another 75,000. So when we charge the entity, whether it's a clinic, adoption agency, or surrogacy agency, $100 per patient for a month, and the clinics gets the benefit because they could also sell it for $150 to their patients embedded in their costs, and the patient stays there on average 6 months, some longer, some shorter, with multiple IVFs. They get benefit, and that market is literally a little bit over $400 million in the US. What we're trying to reach in that market is over 5 years is around 20 million. And you can see here, employers, this is where we're going to go in the second half of the year with our developments, because since in the US, they could not include 2 IVF cycles in the insurances. So now they're having a special employer benefits insurance that is taking place as of 1st January 2027. Our next goal will be to include the insurances so that the patient who is the intended parent who's a patient at the clinic, who's an employee at the employer, or who's a member at the insurance is all covered in every way. And we're a team of mostly focused on AI. Our senior AI advisor, Roman, and Vishwa Pujara, and Rochan Hanumantu from Northeastern University, who are graduate students we're building with. And where we stand is that we have the legal entity, and team is expanding from 1 person to multiple people. There are also volunteers who are helping more senior, again, Northeastern graduates. And we have been happy to present in MIT Hacking Medicine and in MIT Imagination in Action. We're very present in the Massachusetts environment, and supported by AWS. Our HIPAA compliance is all ready with what AWS has directed us. And we have the latest visibility in the DCI network organized in Harvard Medical School and Harvard University, where really I had a chance to build solutions with the patients and with the physicians. So I'm very happy that we are on the same path. So we're gonna validate our plan in clinics going forward. And then, as I said, in employers, because as a kickoff, that is 100 employees easily, so we can reach 100 people in our first go. And I have some videos, especially on the emotional wellness of Priya. And thank you for everyone who helped in our journey. Thomas, do I have some time to show Priya's journey?
Sorry,
Okay,
unfortunately, we don't have anything left. Thanks for your presentation, Chair, and good luck with
Thank you.
with going to market and helping people become happy parents. So I think it's a great mission. Thank you for being part of Caelestinus this year. And we need to move to Docokids, where we should have Natalia waiting online to deliver her demo or presentation or a pitch, whatever you call it. So I can already see that the slide, Docokids slide, yes, and hopefully Natalia will appear in no time.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can. We all can, hopefully. So you can go ahead. It's 5 minutes for your presentation, and then if there's time left, we'll take some questions.
Thank you. As you know, or may know, as a parent, kids present with fever, rash, often in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, parents lack timely and reliable pediatric care. And because of this, 20 to 44% of emergency visits in the pediatric emergency room are unnecessary. So what do we do in Docokids? We connect a pediatric team of our own through WhatsApp to families. Why WhatsApp? Because in Latin America, 96% of the population have access to WhatsApp, even in remote areas where there is no drinkable water. And why the pediatricians makes a difference? This is not a marketplace. They're real pediatricians. I'm a pediatrician. We use artificial intelligence for them to efficiently answer all the questions 24/7. What issue were we having before Caelestinus? We were noticing that all these conversations stayed in our chat, but they are integral part of the medical history. So with Caelestinus, we started integrating and doing our map of how we're going to integrate with InterSystems, with Iris, and eventually FHIR to be able to transform the data for medical records. This is the first step to connect with doctors, insurers, and families. Our current numbers are already speaking for itself. We've already answered 450,000 questions to families worldwide in more than 38 countries. In Colombia just alone, we have usage in 90% of the regions, maintaining an NPS score of 93%. And we were the first Colombian startup to be funded by the UNICEF Venture Fund. Docokids' revenue has been growing, and we're projected to grow even more in the next few months and years. Our impact. This is where we really want to make a difference here. 92% of the people that were going to go to the emergency room say that after speaking with Dr. Docokids, they realized they didn't need to go to the emergency room. And of those that we did send, because we also as physicians sometimes guide them to the emergency room, 98% said they were more sure of their child's health. We have an amazing team building this. I'm Natalia Cano. I started medical school in Colombia and did all my residency, pediatric residency, and further studies in the US. We also have our new Chief of Growth, Jorge Telles, who has more than 20 years of experience in the startup world. Our Head of Tech, Jaime Camacho, and Head of Operations, Partnerships, and Marketing. With this, we want to expand to all rural and urban areas of Latin America, and yes, eventually get to Europe and the United States. We have been recognized. Just recently, this year, I was recognized by Cartier Women's Initiative. They recognize 30 women yearly and have been recognized by other institutions. What else do I have for the public today? We want funded to pilot this interoperability that we were planning with Caelestinus. And we're going to, as of probably next week, we're going to launch a bridge round, a very small bridge round of 200K. And we're going to keep that round only to strategic investors. And with that, that round has a team growth strategy in mind behind the scenes. So if you want to learn more about Docokids, if you believe in this dream of taking pediatric access to everyone in every corner, including a project we're launching today for Venezuela, please do not hesitate to email me. Here's my email. And let's make that every baby in the world has diapers, milk, and Docokids. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. So I hope your dream comes true, that there'll be Docokids as one of the quintessential tools that every parent needs to take care of the little ones.
Thank you.
I have a question. It comes from Slido. So, what type of pediatric clinical data is currently the most difficult for you to obtain?
Like interoperability, like having it, or sorry, just to clarify the question, or
Well, as it came from an anonymous person, I
Oh,
think
okay.
it's very
So
hard for me to clarify.
yeah. So usually our conversations are fluid conversations through WhatsApp. So we have data that parents provide us, but it would be very nice sometimes to have some more data and clinical records. They can input in our platform the growth curves, for example, but it would be very nice to have those growth curves as well at the moment, like where you can see the growth curves that other pediatricians have had, and join all that information for not the parents to have to do that manually, for example.
Yeah. My question would be, what about WhatsApp? Don't they want to make a collaboration with you? Like it could be a
That
new
would be great. If someone here knows any connections with WhatsApp, that would be great. Yeah, we've been with Plug and Play a couple of times discussing it, but they don't have they don't seem to have a direct connection either. So
Yeah. So we have another question. If you think of different regions, what are barriers entering those? So I gather you are pretty active at home and in Latin America, but what
Yeah.
about other regions in the world? Have you thought about that?
Yes, so this is a solution that came when I did my pediatric residency. I did an embassy row in Washington, D.C. So I actually had patients, and this is inspired all over with patients all over the world that really need these answers. And I was recently in Thailand, and everyone's like, "Oh, we need that here as well." Or with the African people I was with, they were also, "We need that." The biggest barrier for growth is language for us, as we need to have pediatricians for each language. So that's why Spanish makes so much sense to start with. Probably English, French would be, and Portuguese would be natural next steps for us as well. So the barriers would be like language and regulations of each country as we enter.
Well, yeah, that's pretty clear answer. Thank you again, Natalia, for your presentation and answering a couple of questions. It's been great having you. I personally love that product. I'm so happy I don't have little kids any longer. They are almost grown-ups. But I remember that stage where any advice, any qualified pediatrician on WhatsApp would be a lifesaver. So I hope this grows. If ever you want to grow in Europe, just give me a ring. I'm happy to help you personally.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions or anything here's my contact information, or I'll put it in the chat anyways. And thank you everybody for your time here today and listening to about Docokids.
Pleasure. So next in line, we've got Yuri from Sonai Health. I hope we have Yuri online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, see you, and I can't wait for your slides as well, Yuri. So
great. Yeah,
go ahead.
I was a bit worried because I'm sitting in a train and the connection is going up and down all the time. but good to see it's working. So hi, I'm Yuri, CEO and co-founder of Sonai. So we are a company from Finland, and if you don't know, it's a country that scores every year #1 in the World Happiness Index. So I have to say I'm really happy to here to present you our vision, which is to provide a new level of cardiac evaluation through integrating diagnostics. And this is an important mission for a couple of reasons. First of all, we can say that we are dealing now with the #1 killer in the world. The heart disease is going to kill every third person. And keeping this in mind, I think it's fair to say that the current diagnostic process is struggling quite a bit. The process has multiple phases, starting often in the primary care with the stethoscope auscultation, and then leading many stages, patients going through from one examination to another one. And the weakest link is the first phase, the auscultation. There are some research showing quite high false positives and false negatives, meaning that we are constantly referring patients to cardiologists or other examinations without a real need. And at the same time, we are missing even bigger number of patients with real need. So all in all, this leads to lack of the early intervention, which is crucial in many of the cardiac diseases. But here is the good news. So what we've done, we have integrated separate diagnostic tools into one easy-to-use device. Currently, we are operating a dozen separate diagnostic methods, providing over 100 biomarkers with our device. And just to show you from the picture, you see there's the dock with those 4 black round devices. This is actually how one of them look like. So this is including all the diagnostic tools. The operation is that the nurse just puts these on top of the chest. We are putting 4 of them. The measurement takes 1 minute, and then the data goes to cloud and gives the treating physician a summary of the key findings. And currently we are focusing on 2 indications, one of them being the heart failure, and second one is the aortic stenosis and the valve diseases. So that's where we are building up our, let's say, clinical evidence at the moment. We did our first clinical trial already in 24, where we had a small number of patients that visited cardiologists, and we measured with our device the same patients. And then when we compared our findings against the golden standard diagnosis done by the cardiologist, ultrasound on the valve diseases, and we got 100% match. So we were able to provide a same level of accuracy already in the first appointment that currently can be provided by cardiologists in the special healthcare. So that was a really good sign. That was a small scale study. Now we will launch our next trial in November, where we will have 220 patients, and also we are studying other indications than just the valve diseases. The way we are unique way, possibility for deep insights with an ease of use, which is something that is not available in the market, and the market is quite big. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar business, and it's growing year after year. Our key target market when we are getting in the market, or the key use, is in the primary and occupational care. Although we have identified several other use cases like dual use, etc. But the way we are entering in the market is the primary healthcare, and then we will expand to other use cases. The pricing model is going to be a monthly fee model, and our goal to get in the market is by end of next year. We will start it here in our home market in Finland with our own resources, and for the expansion we are looking for partnerships. The team is very capable. We have a lot of experience in there. I think we can say that we are covering all the necessary elements of running a business like this. I mean, like very deep technological and science insights together with medicine and also business and startups. So we have a couple of exits within our team. So we know what it takes, and we are committed to do. And I'm really happy to say that we just hired a new person into the team. So soon we are not anymore just all male panel, so which has been a bit disturbing. So we are working on that as well. We have had really good connections with InterSystems. Already last year, we participated in Finland a competition where we won the most promising health tech company, and that opened up us also doors for Caelestinus. And now we have agreed with the local InterSystems teams that we will start an integration pilot after the summer vacations in August. And that was the main, let's say, goal for us in the program, to gain more understanding of the interoperability, which has not been the core knowledge or core competencies of our team. But we are really happy being able to expand that knowledge throughout the program. So what we are looking at the moment is to expand our partnership networks. First of all, for our upcoming Series A round, which will happen late next year. We have, by the way, just to let you know, we just closed our seed round during the program, so it's been also taking quite a lot of time and effort in the past months. And also we are looking for new partners for the go-to-market execution. So thank you. This was Sonai from Finland.
Well, thank you, Jiri, for your great presentation delivered from a tram, if I understand it. That's amazing. We don't have much time for questions, but there is one on Slido. Does that mean that you filed for the CE mark and you are obtaining it next year? Do we get it right?
Yeah, we are just in the middle of the MDR process, and the goal is to get it done by the end of next year. And on the FDA, we will initiate a bit later.
Right. Perfect. Anyway, fingers crossed. If then you are looking for partners in Central Europe, do let me know. We always want to help Caelestini expand and grow internationally. So if you are ever targeting hospitals in Prague or Vienna or Italy, just do give us a shout. We have some personal connections there.
Thank you. I will keep this in mind, and definitely you will hear from me.
Excellent. So thank you very much. We are now moving on to Aisthesis Medical. Yes. Oh, okay, fine. Let's have Kirill and do the CheckEye. So, okay, so going back, it's CheckEye and Kirill. Let's enjoy broadband while it's broad.
Yeah, thank you, and sorry for the connection issues. I'm crossing the border back to Ukraine, and sometimes it's not good here with the connectivity. But anyway, what we are doing, we are addressing a problem of aging of population and challenges with chronic disease as they are getting younger. For example, diabetes. And a few decades ago, it was a problem for the elderly people, but today we see that a lot of people are struggling with the diabetes from the early 30s. So it's leading to two biggest challenges of the healthcare. It's overstretching and accessibility. And due to this, half of people with diabetes doesn't have timely access to the screening, and 2 out of 3 people with cardiovascular disease staying undiagnosed. So CheckEye was designed to address this problem. We are using standard medical equipment, but with our AI in non-standard way. So our AI analyzing image of the eye fundus and highlighted particular symptoms or pathologies in the vascular system. And then we can detect different chronic conditions. But during our Celestian journey, we understand that only detection, it's not enough. And we change it to the fully digital patient journey from the detection with our screening, with a remote consultation with the neuroprofessionals, and with online support and follow-up for the patient with chronic disease. And now we're testing in a fully closed loop when patient after consultation have delivery to the rural area of medicine which is prescribed. So it's a patient-centric, fully closed loop for patient with chronic disease from detection to follow-up and with delivery of medicine. Our customers, it's a primary care and pharmacy, so we are enabling nurses or junior medical staff to detect chronic disease and help patients with different conditions. Our business model very simple. We are charging 600 euros per month from one screening point, and allow all this journey for those. As well, during our program, we launched it in Uzbekistan last month, and in UK we get an MHRA registration as well, not far. So now we're working with diabetes complications, and this year we launched in cardiovascular disease, and later we are going to the different systematic disease up to 50 different health conditions. My co-founder, Andrei Karol, who is a professor in the Filatov Institution and one of top 100 ophthalmologists in the world, in Europe. And my background is digital transformation, and our advisors, Natasha and Karin. Karin is the owner of the Marian Apothek. It's the biggest pharmacy in Austria, which help us to do product market fit for the pharmacies. We was named in the best health tech startup in East Europe this year, and the AT Health Innovative Stars Award, as well as an advanced technologies and treatments highlighted by Deloitte and different other competitions. We partnership with big pharma, with Roche, with Abbott, with AstraZeneca, and so on. We partnership with several university, and we are part of the plug and play community. And we have an investment and grant from Google, from the EBRD, from the Marian Apothek, what I mentioned, and from the EIC through the Seeds of Bravery program. So I will be happy to answer your question.
Well, thank you, Kirill. Now it's all worked just fine. Thank you for your CheckEye overview, where you are, where you're heading. So we still have time for a few questions. I am checking on Slido. So far, there is nothing. So let me invite everybody to pose their questions on Slido. In the meantime, my question would be, this is quite a highly competitive space, analyzing retina images and checking the eye using AI and other algorithms. So what is your unique magic, like the secret sauce that puts you that somehow is different to what your competitors are doing? So how are you doing that differently?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there are a lot of startups who are working on this field, but for now we are have the only one in the world who did a national scale screening. So we are unique in this field, and as well we are doing kind of fully closed digital loop for the patient from the delivery and remote consultation and detection. So it's a unique approach, which is nobody for now doing around the world. And from the other side, most part of the startups who are working in this field, they are doing diagnosis for the eye disease, and we are focusing on the systematic disease like hypertension, like diabetes itself, like kidneys, focusing on the different type of disease and on the primary care market, primary care facilities.
Okay, one last question. Are you seeking opportunities in the US by any chance?
Yes, just last week in the Ukraine Recovery Conference, we met partners from the US, and now we are discussing the first pilot in Atlanta.
Excellent. So let me wish you good luck, Kirill, with CheckEye, and I hope that next time I go for an eye check, they'll be using your technology, your solution.
Sure, I will be happy. Thank you, and sorry once again for the connection.
Thank you. We made it work in the end. So we have last Caelestinus to present before a short break, and it's Aisthesis Medical, and we should have Sotirios online to deliver the
hello everyone. Just let me share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see?
Yeah, not yet. Yes, now we can see the VioSync really
Perfect.
well. Go ahead.
Perfect. So hello everyone, I'm Sotiris, co-founder and CTO of Aisthesis Medical. At Aisthesis, we are building VioSync, the first AI-powered digital twin platform that actually identifies sepsis risk early and guides clinicians to the next best steps. So sepsis is a life-threatening condition that can result from infection and is the leading cause of in-hospital mortality at a global level, with more than 11 million deaths annually. So every hour sepsis goes untreated, the risk of death increases by about 8%. So here the challenge isn't knowing how to treat, it's knowing how to treat early. And here is where we step in with our solution. VioSync integrates with hospitals' EHR systems to gather multimodal clinical data and synthesize digital patient twin. This digital patient twin is dynamically updated as new data become available in the patient's record. And this allows us to generate a personalized prediction and flag high-risk patients up to 48 hours before the first clinical symptoms appear. But unlike others, we don't stop at prediction. What sets VioSync apart is its integration of evidence-based sepsis treatment bundles directly into the clinical workflows, ensuring early intervention, which can improve patient outcomes, reduce unnecessary ICU admissions, lower healthcare costs, and of course, save lives. Today's standard of care is mostly reactive. An alert fires when a patient already has organ dysfunction. And the VioSync comes into the game by flagging the risk 2 days before those symptoms appear. In this way, we shift the entire intervention window earlier, giving clinicians enough time to intervene and save lives. VioSync outperforms existing tools by predicting sepsis with 88% accuracy, 2 times earlier than any other solution on the market. 3 things drive this edge. First of all, our proprietary digital patient twin that combines billions of data points and allows personalized predictions. Our explainability engine that contrasts with the black box AI, and full coverage across the inpatient journey from admission to discharge. So VioSync turns this early detection into measurable hospital value. By identifying deterioration up to 48 hours earlier, we can help reduce mortality, length of stay, and readmissions. This creates a potential saving of up to 2.8 thousand pounds per bed day, making VioSync a strong clinical, financial, and of course, reimbursement opportunity for hospitals. We are targeting the fast-growing inpatient sepsis detection decision support market, sized at 9 billion pounds. And our 5-year plan targets 7,000 beds through phased rollouts, starting in ICU and high-risk wards, where we prove clinical outcome and ROI before scaling. We have achieved significant traction, validating VioSync across leading clinical sites across both the UK and European Union. We have built also a wide network of industrial collaborations, including IVD, medical device, and EHR companies. And last year we closed a 900,000 pounds pre-seed round that accelerated clinical validation and CE MDR certification. Hospitals is our primary customers, and BioSync is offered on an annual subscription based model, cost at about 5,000 pounds per bed per year. So to scale rapidly, we're in active discussions with global medtech distributors and companies, which would accelerate our global reach. Our team combines world-class expertise in AI, clinical medicine, and medical device development with experience at top academic and industrial institutions. And this positions us uniquely to bring this cutting-edge technology from bench to the bedside. We are operating under a certified QMS, and we have completed the integration with Epic HR systems. Currently, we are working within their systems to integrate our solution with Iris. We have also validated BioSync externally on 50,000 patients, and we are on track for a CE mark certification in the third quarter of 2026. Our immediate next steps include commercialization in the EU and the UK, generation of health economic evidence, and of course, FDA clearance for US expansion. To achieve all of these milestones, we are seeking an investment of £2 million. And of course, if you share our vision, join us in betting sepsis and shaping the future of acute care. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sotiris, for a great pitch. I think the area you tackled is a real problem, and I can't imagine a scenario where a hospital would not be interested, at least to listen to your pitch and hear about how you can help it. We have a question already. So, would access to de-identified longitudinal hospital data through a research sandbox accelerate your next validation phase? So that's quite a sophisticated
Of course. So
hard to say no.
For a version of the target that we submit also for a CE mark certification, we have already validated. But we are seeking collaborators and, of course, more data in order to expand to more conditions like AKI, multi-organ dysfunction, because our vision is not just sepsis. Sepsis is the beginning. There are a lot of conditions that need to be, let's say, monitored and to provide clinicians with the tools, the correct tools to actually support and enhance their decision making. So, of course, the more data and sandboxes are very pretty much welcome and help our process in order to achieve our goals.
Yeah, but if I understand it correctly, you already have certification in EU underway, so this might be relevant for maybe some other upgrades or other features that would then need to be certified, or maybe this could be also related to a US expansion. You might be looking for partners.
That's true. That's true. We are actively searching for partners, even in the European Union, but also US and even Saudi countries, Asia. We want to have a data pool of different, let's say, populations, because population characteristics different across areas. So it's really important for us to have this diversity.
Right. We have one more question, but I think you partly answered because it asks what other challenges other than the sepsis would you tackle with your next effort? So I think you mentioned a few, but maybe you might want to do a recap and expand on this.
Yeah, of course. So as I mentioned before, we started with sepsis, which is a very big problem around the globe. But we are currently working on some other conditions like acute kidney injury, multi-organ failure, which are, again, very bad conditions for patients. And currently there are not many solutions in the market. Of course, the space is regulated, and for each one of these conditions, we have to, let's say, prepare for regulatory audits and our technical file. But it's something that it is on track after sepsis. So yeah.
Well, so I have the same offer. If you need to get in touch with hospitals in the region, we are happy to connect you with some of the largest in Prague, in Brno, in other cities in Central Europe. So if you want, we can give you a hand in arranging meetings, or even finding a distributor, because I think this again, speed will be of the essence in grabbing your market share, because I'm not sure there are many competitors with the same approach that you are adopting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's really helpful for us to expand our network, collaborations with hospitals, even for research, data acquisition, or pilots. So we are very much interested on introductions.
It's been a pleasure having you in Caelestinus this year. So I wish you all the best, and reach out if you need a hand in Central Europe. And I think you can reach out to all the Celestini that you've met, so that they can give you a hand in wherever they are based. And I think this applies to everybody. Just build on the strength of the network that you have made in Caelestinus. And that's something I'm going to say before a short 10 minutes break that we are having right now. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, which is 55. So 5 minutes to the hour. Let's be back, and we'll continue with our last portion of Celestini that we have baked this year. Oh, the break didn't break anybody, and didn't keep anybody from presenting right now. So we have still a let me see, let me count. It's difficult, as I said. I would appreciate a solution to keep my cognitive levels up during the whole day, including late afternoon. And we should have roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go. And so the first one is Mindwell. So do we have Dan online to?
Yes.
Excellent. Hello, Danielle.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I'm in awe most of the afternoon, just listening to you guys from Caelestinus, pitching one idea after another, and I find it hard to actually absorb everything in such a condensed format. And I hope you are not going to make this easier for me, Daniel. So what have you been up to over the last 3 or 4 months?
Perfect. I'll let you know in a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it fine, all fine, and we can hear you. So the stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction. So let's get started. I'd like to have a brief talk about what is Mindwell in a nutshell, what we do, where we currently stand, what are our plans, and what problem mainly we are solving in the current healthcare, mainly in the Czech Republic, but expanding beyond that. So we are a Czech-based internet cognitive behavioral therapy platform. Essentially, we have built a digital therapy platform for people to sign up for. We are currently reimbursed by the Czech insurance, so we are 100% paid for by all the insurance companies in here. We have served north of 10,000 patients, and currently we have about 80 therapists that serve all the patients, and the patients are then split into 3 programs: anxiety, OCD, and depression, which covers most of the use cases that we come across. Currently, we are a Class 1 medical device registered, and but aiming to get Class 2A certification in the coming months or year. So that's about it. And what we have been focused on is mainly, so I lead the AI team here, and our goal was to speed up the process of the therapist giving feedback to the clients. And this is a hard cap we have always been facing. Because we have about 500 certified CBT therapists in the Czech Republic, and you can't scale past that easily. The only way of scaling is to make it more efficient, to make it more time efficient, and also more attractive to the therapist to work with our platform. It's usually their second choice because most of them have their own practice, and Mindwell is one more thing that they focus on. So we want to make the experience as engaging and as pleasurable as possible. We have done so, or we are trying to do so, by engaging them with an AI admin, as we call it, which is an administratory tool for them to work more efficiently with the patient's data. Essentially, our goal is, and this is something actually you're seeing firsthand, so this is not yet deployed, this is like a precursor to what's to come in the coming weeks and months. So you're the first people out of the company to see it. And the goal was to create an environment in which the therapist is able to review all the past information about the client in a more efficient way and not to forget about anything. So essentially, we have split the UI such that the therapist is able to see all the past modules that the person went through, all the past exercises that the client has finished or not finished. And then also, we have an interactive AI chat where the therapist can ask more questions about, for example, has the client been facing some insomnia, or what kind of feelings that they were describing, for example, when being faced to speak to a lot of people and other things. So we kind of build this module for the therapist not to have to go through all of the data manually, but to put them in a more systematic and clear way and clear kind of structured way. We are still in Class 1 territory, so the AI never does any clinical decisions by itself, and there are some pre-sent safety checks that the AI does only for the formatting type of thing. So we can check whether the therapist has referred to the patient with the correct name, or if the therapist has used the proper context of the patient. So it's usually pretty bad when you talk about someone losing a dog when they haven't had a dog ever, you know? So this is kind of our way of fixing it. And the whole idea behind it is that the human always decides. We want to empower our therapists to be more efficient and to be more willing to even take in more patients, so we can scale both ways. First, be more efficient, and then them actually being more prone to focusing on Mindwell itself. So we are not building an LLM wrapper. This is a sophisticated multi-level system that spans so many different domains. From you start with the product, you go to the technical implementation, you go to PR, marketing, the whole plethora, the whole usability, and how the therapists actually receive it. So this was a huge task, and I'm so glad we are finally coming to a milestone of actually releasing the first version that we had planned. The plan is to roll the service out to all 80 therapists that we have. However, we will start with about 10 in live situation, real traffic and new patients in the next month or the month after that. So this summer, we are launching this functionality to first therapists in Mindwell. Also, we have proprietary clinical data, and we are completely compliant with all the MDR and GDPR and AI Act stuff. So we have been really thorough in all of these meetings and all of the preparations. It's been really tough. It's been really exhausting, but I'm so glad that we pushed through. So currently, we are a Class 1 medical device. We plan on expanding to Class 2A because we are gathering so many use cases that could help us and be, serve an even better product to a lot of the people if we are able to get the D2A certification. We host it all in EU, mostly AWS, and we are FHIR ready by design. So this is something to keep in mind as we are able to scale past borders of our Czech Republic and offer our digital therapy services to pretty much anyone interested. We do have some expansion plans coming up. I even talked about this in the first meetings that we had. Mainly Ukraine is of interest and the Middle East, both from different reasons, but Ukraine is super current topic, and then the asynchronity of our system and our platform is actually a pro for the Middle East countries where the overall view about therapy might be a bit skewed. So the model team and what we are looking for. So we also have to build a proper team spanning regulatory, clinical, IT, and everything. So we have been so keen on that. We managed to get a great team in this. So I'm so glad I'm able to lead this team of so many talented and young people. We also have clinical leadership mainly from Jan Praško and Krzysztof Kantor, but also we have a plethora of clinical supervisions in a company itself. So they are taking care of all the medical stuff in here, and they also take care of us doing it the proper way. Currently, as I've mentioned, the plan is to release the AI modules that I have shown, and then to expand beyond the Czech borders and potentially be reimbursed by even other countries. So that's something we are really keen on, helping more people, expanding beyond the borders, and showing that even in Prague and Czech Republic, great innovations with AI can be done, even in such hard departments as healthcare. So yeah, thank you so much for the attention, and that's it from our side.
Thank you, Dan, for your overview. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any questions as we need to move along, but I'm sure it has stirred some interest, and especially when you're thinking about expanding to other EU countries after the trials in Czechia, it might be interesting to reach out to Caelestinus that are active on those markets. Perhaps they could help you with the expansion. Fingers crossed. Thank you again for being part of Caelestinus. We'll be moving now on to VPIX Medical, and I think June should be online. Yes. Hello. So what's VPIX?
Yes, happy to share what we do. I'll share starting with my presentation. Okay. So I am with VPIX Medical. We develop C-cell for intraoperative and in vivo surgical intelligence platform. So we are already FDA cleared for brain and prostate use. We have raised more than $20 million up to date, and we're operational in 8 countries. We have more than 35 people right now. So the problem that we want to solve is a problem of incomplete surgery. Every time there's a cancer surgery, there's a problem of either too less resection or too much resection. If there's a residual cancer left after the surgery, they regrow. They do recurrence. They have to take the reoperation. On the other hand, if there's too much removal, then the patient's quality of life is degraded. It's all because of standard care frozen section. This is the only way the surgeons use today to confirm physically take the tissue and send it to the lab and make sure that it is normal or tumor. It takes 30 minutes. It's a very labor-intensive, time-consuming process. The solution to this is our product C-Cell. It's a fluorescence, confocal endomicroscopy for real-time intraoperative diagnosis during brain surgery. So what it does is that the device situated inside the OR and the surgeon using this handheld probe uses a probe to contact the tissue. And then it scans that lesion with a laser, and then it provides 500 microns of microscopic images real time so that surgeons can identify tumor versus normal real time during surgery. Those images can be transferred to pathologists for their diagnosis if needed. So what we're creating is a digital biopsy platform for telepathology and in the future AI diagnostics. So we are connecting the surgeons and pathologists real time for intelligence and more informative decision-making process from the surgeon side. No more guessing from the resection perspective. So what we do, how we enable that is our patented technology of miniaturized microscope. Our key technology is to miniaturize this big confocal microscope into 5 centimeter tip, so that as long as we have this tip, we can make this into any different types of form factor, like pencil type or laparoscopic type, for example. We are holding more than 50 international IPs. So this is a real-time cellular imaging, so it allows to see the surgeons, all different types of key architectures, key organizations without any slide. So what it does is that, for example, for topical application, we just apply the dye. It's a fluorescence microscope, and then just flush it with water, just make the contact on the tissue. And then the microscopic view of that tissue, 400x, is available real time. So he can decide where to start the resection. Towards the end of the resection, now surgeon is using the probe on the right-hand side and contacting the resection margin at the bottom of the surgery. So he's making sure if he's taking any residual cancer cells left behind to see if there's all of them are normal. If any of those cancer cells are hiding, like seed-like cancer cells. So he's just trying to making sure that everything is contact there. And then these images can be sent off to pathology if surgeon is not certain about that image diagnosis. It's as simple as sending it off, and the pathologist reviewing these images real time, and then just making a couple clicks and sending the result back to the surgeon right away. With some notes. We don't stop there. We know that the bridge between pathologists and surgeons are time-consuming and laborious process. So we are developing an AI model, which is already proven to be 94% accurate, determining tumor versus non-tumor. So in the future, we want to have a standalone device that can be in the OR, helping surgeons perform the surgery real time. With all in all, we believe that we can help healthcare in all different benefits, helping hospitals by helping them utilize their OR better, patients with less risk of recurrence, and surgeons with more accurate resection. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a great pitch, Hee-Jun. That's it's been great to watch, those videos from surgeries. It always is. So thank you for that. Let's go for questions. We have a couple of minutes left, so let me check the Slido. What is your ask? Do you search for?
Oh, yes.
capital or just the answer to the meaning of it all? Or
We've fortunately raised another round, Series B around end of last year. So we are looking for more of a clinical connections for neurosurgical departments in Europe to be able to take more clinical evidence in Europe for us to take us next step of more of a commercializing our product in Europe.
right. And currently, it's already certified in the US or?
It is certified in the US. In Europe, we will be sort of certified for in vivo use towards the end of this year. It's already a CE marked for ex vivo use case.
Right. So again, I can help you connect with some hospitals in Central Europe if you drop me a line or reach out afterwards, especially those that focus on oncology and tumor surgery. I think that could be quite relevant. So good stuff really there. This is I'm always happy to see like the deep technology underlying some AI layers that are further at the top. So this is amazing. I'll wait for probably the last question that we have time to pose so far. I don't see it. How has Caelestinus helped you, just quickly, over the past 3 or 4 months? What would you highlight?
So we are most importantly hardware company coming into this more of a software informational layer and stuff. And so we were I think we are considered a little later stage compared to other Caelestinus here, but we've learned in their way of how to integrating hardware and software into for us to develop into the next phase. So that was very helpful for us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and again, I'm happy to help you connect with hospitals so that you can expand faster and bigger. So thank you again for being part of Caelestinus. We have to move on, but this has been really exciting to watch the demo, the product in action.
Thanks so much.
Right, so it's ONWARD. I mean, of course, but it's ONWARD Health Research. That's actually the name of our next startup, and we should have Martin on the line. So let me check.
Yep, I'm here.
If that is the case. Hello, Martin. If you're ready,
Hi, Thomas.
just share your screen and do your magic. We all can't wait.
All right, fantastic. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody from wherever you are. So my name is Martin Lim. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ONWARD Health Research. We're based in Singapore, and we are accelerating clinical trials in Southeast Asia and beyond. And we do this by helping sponsors and contract research organizations that run the clinical trials. We help them identify qualified research sites, activate them faster, and run trials more reliably. So the problem that we're addressing is that Southeast Asia, despite being nearly 10% of the world's population, is severely underrepresented in global clinical trials. Right now, we're entering a biological revolution, if you will. There are more biological and medical innovations coming out in this part of history than ever before. Yet, when you don't represent the population properly for your clinical trials, you result in medicines that are less safe and effective for everyone. Southeast Asia has patients and institutions to conduct these trials, but it lacks the digital infrastructure for the pharma companies, the digital health companies, the AI companies that want to validate their products reliably. However, there's a silver lining. There are 3 converging forces that are making Southeast Asia ripe for clinical trials. Number 1, these sponsors of clinical trials need new geographies for speed, lower cost, and patient diversity. Second, the Southeast Asian countries recognize this opportunity, and their infrastructure is changing rapidly. governments are investing heavily into transforming and making their countries clinical trial ready. And lastly, advanced AI and workflow platforms can be implemented in these regions and actually leapfrog other regions like the US or Europe because of the sort of naivety of these countries. And we've seen this in other technology areas such as fintech or e-commerce. So at Onward, we've built a solution called Onward Access. And this is a AI native digital platform that helps pharma sponsors and CROs find the sites, qualify them, start the trials faster, and then run them more reliably. The platform consists of 3 components. The first one is called Site Intelligence. This is where we leverage file format EHR data and allow automation of a very manual process for estimating the number of available patients at a hospital for a clinical trial. It's built on top of the InterSystems Iris platform. Second is site feasibility. This we call this sort of the Airbnb for clinical trials. Research sites can create their profiles, add pictures, add their experience and capabilities in therapeutic areas. And pharma companies, digital health companies, AI companies looking for sites and suitable patients can sift through them and then reach out to them, conducting a feasibility process, asking questions of suitability for their clinical trial projects. This one is just launched last month, and we're in the process of onboarding hospitals to join the pilot project that will start in August of 2026. The last one is electronic source and electronic patient reported outcomes. This allows pharma companies, sponsors of clinical trials to run their clinical trials with confidence. It is highly customizable and can collect data specific to different therapeutic area protocols. This one has gone through a pilot project already, and we're in exploratory sort of proof of concept discussions with InterSystems to integrate it with the TrackCare EMR. And that's very relevant because just in the past month during the Caelestinus program, 2 major pharma companies announced integration with electronic medical records for getting what is called real-time clinical trial data into the clinical trial process. That significantly speeds up the time required to see evidence from a clinical trial. So we've gotten some momentum and strategic validation from every layer of the clinical trial ecosystem. On the global pharma side, we work with Trancelerate, which is a nonprofit US-based consortium of the top 20 global pharma companies. We signed an MOU with Syneos Health, which is one of the largest contract research organizations in the world, and are in advanced discussions for our site feasibility pilot project. We're working with ministries of health in Southeast Asia and many hospital groups, with nearly 25 hospitals in active negotiation for our pilot project for this launch. Our 18-month target is 75 to 100 onboarded sites onto the platform, 10 to 15 paying global sponsors and CROs, and $750,000 to $1 million annual contracted revenue. In our business model, it's really a 2-sided marketplace. We monetize from pharma sponsors and CROs, and we build out and make clinical research sites adopt the platform easy so that we scale the network and have a good offering for the entire ecosystem. Sponsors and CROs can pay a subscription to access our network of research sites and then pay per study fees to conduct these feasibility and startup workflows. For hospitals, it's free to join. They can create a site profile and use the system functions. And then we're developing enhanced features available for a fee. For the electronic source and electronic patient reported outcomes software, there are project fees for each clinical trial. We deploy and configure the platform specifically for each clinical trial. Our leadership team consists of myself. I'm the co-founder and CEO. My background is in healthcare software and product management, as well as clinical research, site operations, and ecosystem development, both in the United States and in Southeast Asia. My co-founder, Alex, is our CTO. He has over 20 years of healthcare software engineering experience, and he's built regulated international platforms that run in the United States, Australia, and Ireland. We're also very proud to have Professor Andrew Wilkes, who is an esteemed pharma entrepreneur, industry advisor, and angel investor in our company on our advisory team. In terms of our ask, we're currently raising a seed round to scale this momentum and our product across Southeast Asia. We'll be using those funds first to continue the seeding of the market. We are in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and want to expand into Thailand and Singapore as well. We will be also providing additional platform enhancements, expanded startup workflow features to the site feasibility module, and rollout of the site intelligence platform. And then we'll be converting what we achieve in the pilot project into paying customers. And then from there, scaling the platform regionally across Southeast Asia. And then we have our sites on other developing and emerging markets that have the same challenges as in Southeast Asia. And so with that, that's sort of a nutshell what we're doing. We'd love to have you join us in building Southeast Asia's clinical trial execution layer. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. We have about 30 seconds left, so I'll probably time for a really short answer to a really short question. I'm trying to find it on Slido. It's not there yet, but maybe I'll ask what, of course, any investor might want to ask. What about the rest of the world? So it's provided you make it in Southeast Asia. Are there any challenges or barriers then you will have to surmount to be able to grow and scale to other large markets, maybe the more traditional ones?
That's a good question, Thomas. I think the rest of the world for us wouldn't be an issue. It's just a matter of spinning it up. It's all cloud deployments on AWS. So spinning it up in the different markets based on certain requirements. So in Europe, it would be GDPR, which we're very familiar with because we've deployed solutions in the past in Ireland and other parts of the EU. And in terms of the solution, actually, this is quite timely because most of the solutions that are being used in this industry are 10 to 15 years old, if not older. What we've built is a next generation platform. It's AI native, and it's built on the latest technology. So the rest of the world is ripe for disruption. We chose Southeast Asia because it's easiest to deploy and scale faster than trying to do it in legacy markets like the US, where it would be quite fragmented and you'd have to deal with existing legacy systems to kind of rip out. So we'll prove it here, and then the world is our oyster after that.
Well, thank you. Glad to hear that, Martin. Fingers crossed. And when I travel to Southeast Asia, once a year I try to do it. I'll give you a call to meet up finally in person. So
please do.
Thanks for being part of Caelestinus.
Cheers.
And looking on the menu, so to speak, we have Genomic Intelligence again. That sounds genius and intelligent. And we should have Benjamin online to present. Is that the case?
Yeah. Hi. In Genomic Intelligence, we are making biology programmable with genome scale AI. And probably we have heard so many wonderful ideas about how to improve our healthcare. So you definitely know that the major source of information about diseases and their risks is encoded in our DNA. This small example of just 4 diseases shows that they cause dozens of millions deaths per year and costs billions to economy. And their heritability, like how much about these diseases and how much about how to cure them, is in our genomes. And on the same time, you can see here that the cost of reading sequence in the genome drops dramatically. So we are sure that within 10 years, almost every patient in healthcare system will have the genomic information stored in electronic health record. And this will be used to change the medicine from being reactive to be proactive, to be able not to cure, but to predict and prevent the diseases. And the layer which we need to go from the raw sequence of letters like A, T, T, G, C to the targets and drugs and better design of medicine is exactly the AI layer we are building in Genomic Intelligence. And since this is a demo day, I actually want to show what we have already done so far. And I want to show you an example how we use AI to speed up cancer treatment from years, development of new cancer treatment from years to just minutes. There is a company called Tragenics. They raised recently about $100 million for a new type of anti-cancer therapy. This therapy is based on a toxic gene which gets active in cancer cells and kills them. And the key feature of this therapy is a DNA control sequence which allows this toxic gene to be active only in cancer cells, but not in healthy cells nearby, because the target of the therapy is glioblastoma cells. And if you just deliver the therapy to brain and kill all the cells near the delivery point, it will be too much of collateral damage to use it. The team actually published a wonderful Nature paper a couple of months ago describing how they developed this specific DNA sequence switch that makes the drug active only in cancer cells. And it took them several cycles of laboratory experiments for about 2 years. So right now, I am going to use Genomic Intelligence API to make this design in a couple of minutes. So we start with a very simple codex prompt explaining how to access our models through the API. We have skills here, and what actually we want to design. So we want to design a DNA sequence that will be active only in cancer cells. So this is running right now, and probably you will see the results while I will be answering questions. I'm going to switch back to the deck and explain you what's going right now in this demo under the hood. So we have built an AI layer which was learning from across genomes of all the tree of life. And actually standard AI was not enough for this, because the typical architectures that we use now in NLP and other domains simply cannot handle such a long sequence as human genome. And we have developed our proprietary solutions which increase the capacity to process long sequences up to the level of individual genes. And we already outperform with these solutions, we already outperform competitors from Google and other organizations, academic and industrial. And right now we are increasing the data set 100 times and increasing the length of the input sequence 1,000 times to be able to process complete human genomes, predicting response to the therapy and designing new therapies that are efficient and personalized. You already can try our products on a web platform that we develop. This is genomicintelligence.ai, and you can include them into your workflows. From what I heard from the presentations, almost all of you work with human patients' data, so you definitely any workflow there will definitely benefit from analyzing the DNA and genomes. So you can augment your workflow with our models through the API or MCP servers that we develop. Instructions are on the same page, genomicintelligence.ai. And we already see that without promotion, the number of users is rising up to more than 1,000. And we have several pilots focused with the partners, focused on interpretation of genomes, predicting response, and designing new therapies, such as, for example, programmable antimicrobials. So with this, I'm closing the presentation, and I encourage you to try these products, and maybe we can switch back to the software. And while I'm answering questions, we can see how the drug is developed. Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, thanks for your pitch, Benjamin. Let's, yeah, this is something we have not been able to see. So we have like 2 minutes. So let me check the slider for questions. We have one. Product seems unique and amazing. What about the business? What does the pipeline of partners mean? So this looks great, like magic. What about the business side? Is there any traction or?
Yeah, so we make a product out of these by building workflows with our partners. Right now, we have 2 of them in a loop. One is to design antimicrobials, and another one is to find targets, new targets for specific diseases. We also have a partnership with AWS, which allows to access our models and do a private deployments for the customers. And this also allows us to build the models stronger, because from these products, we have the feedback that goes back into the model and allows model improvement.
Okay, thanks. I'm just looking. I think we've run out of questions. Thank you for the presentation and live demo. If I understand it correctly, it's also fascinating to see how the interface on those services is getting like more having a chat with somebody. So thanks to the age of AI, everything now looks so easy. So thank you for showing us what Genomic Intelligence has been up to. Thanks for the demo again, and being part of Caelestini, because we like to help really early stage deep tech products. And I think this looks fascinating. We still see some calculations going on. So maybe then we can share once we are finished via Discord the result. And I'd like to invite Patrick from OncoSync to join us online and tell us something about your product.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you for introduction. Now I'll tell you something about our product, OncoSync. So why do so many cancer patients never receive treatment that already exists? So we are OncoSync, and we'll try to solve this problem. Sorry, some technical problems. Yeah, okay. An unmatched clinical trial is missed chance to cure a patient, but solvable one. Clinical trials provide cancer patients with access to innovative treatment that are not yet widely available. Yet 92% of patients never participate in a clinical trial, even though 65% would willing to enroll. The main reason is that identifying eligible patients is still a large manual process, making it extremely time-consuming for physicians. So What's our solution? Our solution is OncoSync platform. At its core, it's our AI-powered matching engine, which automatically analyzes clinical trial protocols, extract eligible criteria, and compares them with patient data already stored in hospital systems. For clinicians, OncoSync generates a prioritized list for eligible patients together with a clear explanation of why each patient matches a particular trial. This significantly reduces the manual effort required to identify candidates and allows more patients to access innovative treatments. At the same time, the same data infrastructure powers live dashboard for CROs and pharmaceutical companies, providing the real-time insight into patient populations, improving sites feasibility assessments, and accelerating clinical trial enrollment. But how does it work? In OncoSync, we integrate with existing hospital systems and works with data that hospitals already have. We standardize this data and match it against clinical trial eligible criteria. Then the physicians receive recommendations along with a clear explanation of why a particular patient is eligible for a specific trial. Looking at the market size, the global clinical trial market is expected to exceed around 100 billion euros by 2040. Within this market, the AI-driven solution segment is projected to reach approximately 7.5 billion, growing at annually rate of more than 27%. Looking at the competition, there is already a strong players in healthcare data analysis. However, most of them rely on standardized data and unified infrastructures, something that is lacking in our region. OncoSync starts where the bigger challenge exists, so directly within the hospital information systems. This enables us to support the entire process, from data integration and standardization to identifying and recruiting patients from clinical trials. Looking at the business model, we are initially targeting the B2B market by developing a solution for clinical trial coordinators and help them with the optimization of sites, while simultaneously we also like to validate the B2B to C segment through platform designed for patients and their families. So this could help them to find and enroll for eligible treatment. Importantly, the entire process is funded by pharmaceutical companies and CRO partners, making the service free for the patients. It was really important in these terms. We are currently finalizing our MVP and preparing for pilot deployment. Our next milestones are securing our first pharma customers in Slovakia and Czech Republic and gradually expanding into additional European markets. Looking at the team, our team combines expertise in AI development for healthcare with expertise in oncology research. And we are also validating the solution in collaboration with experts from National Cancer Institute and professionals in clinical research. From the perspective of investment and ask, we are seeking and raising around 400K in pre-seed funding to support an 18-month runway. This investment will enable us to complete pilot development, acquire our first paying customers, and establish our first pharmaceutical partnership. Today, we have access to an unprecedented amount of healthcare data. Our mission is to use and ensure that every patient receives the right treatment at the right time, because the data has the power to save lives. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Patrick, for your presentation. I'm checking the our Slido channel for questions. So again, please, if you have a question, post it there. My question would be, what about competitive landscape? If you can expand on what is so unique and magical that you think others find difficult to replicate, or why your approach is the right one?
Yeah, we know that there are a lot of competitors, and we looked what they do, but they are mostly focusing on a patient side. And in our application, we focused, how I said, also mostly for pharma companies and CROs. But the biggest advantage of ours is that we are also focusing on explainability of the AI which we have, because from my research field, I am focusing in the PhD studies on explainability of AI, and in these terms, we would like to enrich the whole system on this, because in these terms, it's quite an important topic also. So we are quite sure that it will be one of the biggest advantages of our system.
Fine. And there's a question on Slido. If you are networked in the Czech market, so the question is, are you networked in the Czech market?
Right now, we have some network connections in the Czech market. We consulted with Czech branch of AstraZeneca, and we are in communication with them. And from the perspective of hospitals, we have some networks in Motol Hospital. So that's our path right now.
Okay, so let's I'll allow for one more question, last one. If anyone wants to ask, just post it on Slido. I'll read it out. It's I could be a machine. I don't add any value to that, admittedly, but I guess it's better if someone reads it out for you. And unless that anything appears, it's been a pleasure having you guys. I think oncology is a growth industry, sadly, and Caelestinus will also be part of the largest hackathon against cancer that is to happen in October, mid-October, in 3 cities simultaneously. So it would be nice if you could be there, maybe as mentors or partners or whatever, or participants. So
yeah, we are all willing to join, so we'll probably see there.
Excellent. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure having you in Caelestinus, and good luck with your solution. And I'm hoping to see you in person in a few months' time. So thanks again, Patrick.
Thank you so much.
Right. So we still have 1, 2, 3. If I'm 3 to go, 3 to go. And the next one to present should be Padma from ApphinityCare. So I'm curious, do we have Padma online?
I'm here.
Excellent. Hello, Padma.
Hello.
So it's your 5 minutes now to present ApphinityCare. So I won't prolong the introduction any further. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, are you able to see my presentation
Yes,
screen?
I can see and everybody can see the website. We can hear you fine. So
Thank you.
it's ideal conditions, so to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I know it's been a long day, and for everyone still, staying around for all the pitches, and it's really encouraging to see the support, and exciting to see everyone's progress through the program. I am today wanting to discuss our product, ApphinityCare. It's aimed at helping pharmacies provide better patient care. If you just think back to who we visit a lot from our healthcare, we've seen a lot of pitches about a lot of areas in healthcare, but the pharmacist is probably the person that we see the most frequently for majority of Americans. Due to proximity, a lot of Americans live within 5 miles of their pharmacy. There are more pharmacies than there are health clinics, and just from a prescription pickup or from a in general, patients tend to visit their pharmacists more than their health clinics. But a lot of the independent pharmacies are struggling. If they function just specifically as prescription drug dispensing entities, then they do not have full control over the revenue. Pharmacy benefit managers that act as middlemen typically negotiate the prices, and the independent pharmacies really do not have a lot of control on the prices and how much they actually can get paid from the insurance companies. Clinical services are a way to help bridge that revenue gap for pharmacies. The pharmacist has the education and the training to provide some categories of patient care, and clinical services are built directly to medical insurances, and they're outside of PBM's reach, so they increase the revenue. Just as a highlight of what there is the APH. APH is a known industry term for advanced practice pharmacist. So this is pharmacists that can treat simple things like maybe infections, allergy scenarios. They can usually help the patients order self-test kits could be like an STI or any self-test kit, and then view the results from the lab and help treat the patient for some of these kits that are available that patients can run the tests on themselves at home. COVID was a great example. COVID showed how pharmacies can be an avenue to reach a lot of patients in a short amount of time to address something like a COVID. Because of all the touch points that a pharmacy has with the patient's multiple providers and the patient, they do really serve as a data hub if they had all the right tools. And that's where ApphinityCare comes in. Today, for the most part, there are big names in pharmacy prescription software solutions. They're primarily, though, catered towards integrating with the provider just to dispense medication. They do not have really any other integration with the patient's providers or labs. If we were able to give a pharmacist, our community pharmacist, access to the ability to document clinical notes, order labs, bill for the clinical services so that they can stay solvent, increase their revenue. It could actually serve as a very good hub for patients and get better access to care that they need. And it's actually the tools don't exist, but the practice already does exist. There was a CDC study done in 2022 that was primarily to demonstrate this. It used STI, test to treat protocol, where patients could order self-test kits. The result test kits were sent to a lab, and if the patients tested positive, then the public health provider directly worked with the local pharmacists to dispense standard therapy and make sure that the patient has access to the therapy and stays on the therapy. That's how we make sure that the patient's care journey is completed. That study was quite and I did a research project studying the efficacy of pharmacies, and that's what led to the idea of ApphinityCare. Chronic care management is another one. A lot of pharmacists can get into collaborative practice agreements with physicians, and whether it's hypertension, diabetes, there are a lot of these conditions that patients can benefit from a chronic care management, and their pharmacist is both trained and able to support this. That has about in programs where they did try this chronic care management with pharmacies, they saw an ROI of about 481%, and 92% of the claims were actually paid. So it's a thing. It's truly a revenue generator. And then the rural healthcare access, there is access to a pharmacist more easier than a healthcare clinic as you go to some of these rural areas, and the pharmacist having the right tools like ApphinityCare will help address the patient needs in those areas. So what is ApphinityCare going to provide? It truly serves as an EMR light, as we like to call it, supports clinical workflows, billing, labs especially, and then the public health compliance. If you take the case of an STI, there has to be a public health compliance. It doesn't need the full-fledged EMR because pharmacists are not licensed, fully licensed physicians. So there are a lot of diagnosis codes and that they cannot really bill for and treat for. So it's a small set, and so a full-fledged EMR, the footprint of it, the cost of it is really not feasible for them. And InterSystems Iris for Health is just perfectly the right platform, actually, right tool to build this, because the data integration layer and the data interoperability exists. And I've been using InterSystems products for over 12 years now, implementing complex solutions from health information exchanges to custom products, and it really is perfectly suited for AffinityCare. As far as how big the market is, there are roughly 18,000 independent pharmacies, and their profit margins are getting lower just because of the pressure from prescription drug pricing. If they were able to find a way to generate more revenue and actually get paid for their services, a lot of these independent pharmacies would survive, continue to thrive, and it helps patients, the general patient population. We are a very early stage company. It's really more in an idea phase. The progress we've made through this is really taking the idea and coming up with the UI and the prototype design itself. So now we are ready to look into customer research programs to get the feedback to see if we think it's a good idea. Is it truly a good idea? Do the independent pharmacists actually see value in it? And we've been able to there are two important organizations, the National Community Pharmacists Organization and the National Council for Prescription Drug Programs. The NCPA deals with independent pharmacies. So they are the user community. We have set up meetings with the key personnel next week. And the NCPDP, the Prescription Drug Program National Council, deals with the technology side of it. How do we use FHIR e-care plans to log the patient's clinical journey and bill for it? So we are reaching out to both these organizations to get a wider reach to to the potential users. And then based on the feedback there, move from there. So that's where we are at. And thank you very much again to Caelestinus for the opportunity. And for us, it really served more as a being part of so many entrepreneurs, so many bright minds, and the support has helped us get this right focus, progress, and get focused in the right areas.
Well, it's a pleasure to hear that, Padma. So we are on purpose inviting early stage startup as well as those that have gone, that have walked some distance of their journey. And I think that this is the reason that if you are surrounded by people that have walked the path you are about to walk, it should help you to find a unique perspective, find the value you want to deliver, etc. And it looks there'll be plenty of opportunities, not just in the US, because pharmacies are poised to become the places where most healthcare, I think, is gonna be delivered. And there is a push in all of the countries that I've seen to for pharmacies to be upgraded to some first line institutions. So it's a great, you are exploring this the opportunity in the US. Fingers crossed, and it's been a pleasure having you in Caelestinus. Right, so thank you, Padma, again. Let's now invite Victoria, if I'm not mistaken, from RNAnalytics or RNA, I don't know how to pronounce that. Probably Victoria will help me to get this right. Is it RNAnalytics?
Yes.
I got it right.
It's RNAnalytics, yes.
Excellent. So Victoria.
Let me go to presentation mode. Okay, there I am. Let's get started.
Yeah, and we can see your screen now, so go ahead.
Perfect. Remember 2020, when we were all sitting at home having Zoom meetings in our underpants and we were baking sourdough dough. At that same time, the race for a vaccine against COVID was on. And ultimately, it was an RNA-based vaccine that was the first on the market. But the potential of RNA-based therapeutics is much more than just preventive vaccines. You can also use RNA in fighting cancer, in personalized medicine, in gene therapies to cure hereditary diseases, and there's even many, many more applications. It's a rapidly growing market with a lot of opportunities, and many scientists believe that we are just right before a big paradigm change in medicine, because what RNA can do is that it can cure a disease at its root cause, rather than traditional therapeutics who are more like a band-aid that just treats some symptoms. And even conditions that are currently considered undruggable can be drugged using RNA therapeutics, which is great. But there is still a big bottleneck. And the problem is that while there are more than 30,000 drugs in the pipeline right now, and a lot has happened in terms of new drugs being developed, and also in terms of scaling up manufacturing capabilities, there's still a bottleneck in analytics, because analytics essentially has stayed the same. And the analytics that are currently run on RNA-based drugs, they just cannot scale with the upcoming demand. What very often happens is that a lot of different instruments are used. Some samples are sent out to analytical service providers for measurements. And if measurements are performed either in-house or externally, when they're transferred from one step to another or from one facility to another, the results often don't match. And this is where we come in with our solution. Our solution is essentially two-tiered. On the one hand, we are making lab toolkits. We have started with particle size of nanoparticles and with encapsulation efficiency, so how much RNA is actually inside the particle where it should be, and how much RNA is free and therefore not protected from environmental degradation. And then even more importantly than our toolkits, which standardize analytics on different platforms, we have built RNAOS. And RNAOS is a software that is separated in 3 tiers. On the one hand, we have planning features. This is a screenshot from 2 weeks ago, and since then a lot has happened, but unfortunately I have not updated it yet in the deck. So in the planning features, we have a stability planner, but also a CMC and QC planner, which really helps people, especially in these early stage biotech startups, to get an understanding what they need to run in order to submit it to the authorities to get their clinical trials approved and later go to the market. And then we have the drug substance and drug product workflows, both for RNA in nanoparticles and RNA that conjugated, like gallnut conjugated, that is directly used where we have more of a chemical control strategy. And there we can process the data from different instruments and different assays used, and we have them all centralized in a single platform, which allows people to get insights faster and more easily. And therefore, we accelerate the development time of RNA therapeutics. Our revenue architecture is a credit subscription-based model. So customers can select how many credits they need a month, and then they select what kind of subscription works best for them. We also sell some credits with the toolkit, and even a bit more than they need to just process the data from the toolkit, because we see the RNA box, the toolkits, as a Trojan horse to get into these labs. And we want to have people already play around, use more workflows from our software platform before we engage in a sales conversation about subscribing to our software platform. How our solution plays into the market is that we solve the friction points of legacy systems. So there are some instrument providers who produce these siloed data, and then there are some niche applications. And what we're doing is that we're bridging these data, which leads to an increased operational efficiency and reduced total cost of ownership, and also to a faster insights and faster time to market. And the market that we're addressing is huge, and it's growing at roughly 25% a year. So the starting market that we're looking at is roughly 55 million. So this is still quite overseeable. This is just what we can initially target with our analytics toolkits. And as we're moving to software platform and getting more modules live, we have a much bigger serviceable, available, and total addressable market. And with only 4% of market share, we will get 55 million revenue. We're planning to first start with the product sales, which is already ongoing. And then over time, you can see that we're shifting more to the analytics platform, to the software, which gives us more revenue over time. And the team of RNAnalytics, it's me and my co-founder Hannes. We started the company together, and then we have Natalia as the CTO, who is leading the software development. So far, we have raised a lot of soft money and 2 safes. And what we're doing right now is that we're raising a seed round of 1 million euros, and we have a committed lead investor. And right now, we're screening who the best fit co-investors would be. So if this is an interesting investment case for any one of you in the audience, please feel free to reach out and let's have a more detailed discussion. What we're spending the money on is, on the one hand, further R&D and hiring, manufacturing of the toolkits, sales and operations, so going into the European market first, and also a small budget for marketing and building awareness, running seminar series, etc. So this is it from my side. I'm looking forward to a lot of exciting questions.
Thank you, Victoria, for the clear presentation. Let me check if we have questions on Slido. Not yet. So if you want to ask Victoria anything based on what you've heard and seen, yes, here we go. Question is, well, it's not a question, it's like a statement of investor's perspective, is that 82% margin. That is what every investor wants to see. So you have great margins. And then that there is another question, where are you planning to go in Europe, probably next?
So initially, we're starting in the DACH region because this is also where I have the best immediate network. But after that, we're targeting a greater European region. There's a lot of RNA therapeutics happening in Great Britain, which is a little bit more complicated due to Brexit and stuff. But there are also some clusters in the Benelux states and in France that we're targeting as the next expansion states.
Yeah, so here again, it would be possible to use the power of Celestini network, because we have now over 100 Celestini. I know we have in Benelux, in the UK, quite even in this cohort. So it might be a good idea then to stand in touch as an alumni with the network, because they can then help you find the right channels in new territories.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. I think we've that was what appeared on Slido. So for my side, I'd like to thank you for being part of Caelestinus. I know that recently we signed a memorandum in Austria with a Graz, with a innovation cluster in Graz, that they have a Graz hospital and others. So we are really happy that we had you part of Caelestinus, and we will also be working with that cluster, including the hospital, including the businesses that are behind it. So I'm happy then to put you through if you want to chat directly with those guys.
I also want to express my gratitude for having gotten the chance to participate in this incubator. It was really a great.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, and I know that hardware is hard, but I think at least it's tangible, and I hope your sales and the first customers keep growing immensely, and fingers crossed.
Thank you.
So now we have our last Caelestinus to present, and that should be Michael with Discharge Bridge. Exactly. Yeah. So we can hear you, we can see your slide, Michael. So go ahead. You are the finale, the last, not the least. What is the saying?
The last Mohicans.
Yeah. You know, but always the pinnacle of the afternoon here, or whatever, morning, evening. So you have this closing position, and we all can't wait to learn about Discharge Bridge.
All right, fantastic. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Porter. I'm the founder and CEO of Discharge Bridge. I'd like to start with one patient, Regina. She's 70 years old. She was medically ready to move to the next level of care. But like millions of patients around the world, her transition dependent on phone calls, fax machines, disconnected software, and people trying their best inside a fragmented system. So that experience showed me something important. And the problem is, in our clinicians, the problem is the workflow that connects them. And that's why I built the Discharge Bridge. This isn't just a Michigan problem. It's not a US problem. It's a global healthcare infrastructure problem. Patients transition happen millions of times every year between hospitals, post-acute providers, payers, pharmacies, and families. And every delay increases costs, reduces hospital capacity, and creates unnecessary friction. We believe this represents approximately a $500 billion global opportunity across post-acute transition solutions. And hospitals don't need another application, they need infrastructure. Today, Discharge Bridge still relies on manual coordination. Discharge planning still relies on manual coordination, and case managers are forced to switch between multiple systems to make countless phone calls and chase authorizations and verify bed availability and coordinate medications. And every delay keeps patients in hospital beds longer than necessary, and that costs the hospitals money. So Discharge Bridge becomes the operational layer that connects the entire transition. We securely receive clinical information through healthcare interoperability standards like HL7 and FHIR. Our deterministic workflow engine evaluates clinical needs, payer requirements, and real-time provider availability. AI assists by summarizing information and surfacing insights, but AI never makes placement decisions. So deterministic workflows remain in control, ensuring governance and auditability and compliance throughout every transaction or transition. And the result is one coordinated workflow instead of dozens of disconnected processes. So hospitals don't buy technology because it's interesting. They buy outcomes, faster placement, shorter available length of stay, less administrative work, better visibility in the post-acute capacity, more governed patient transitions, and ultimately they buy capacity back. We've intentionally built Discharge Bridge as an enterprise infrastructure. Our platform is built primarily on Google Cloud with an expanding multi-cloud interoperability strategy and integrates with modern identity interoperability and AI ecosystems. So we've participated in Caelestinus Incubator. Thank you again. And we're working with InterSystems ecosystem and are exploring international collaboration opportunities, including the SUDA Ashdod. We focused on structured enterprise pilots beginning in mission and expanding from there. Companies like WellSky, EnzoCare, and CarePort each solve important parts of the discharge process, but they're primarily focused on referrals or care coordination. And Discharge Bridge is different. We're building governance-aware operational infrastructure. We coordinate hospitals, post-acute providers, payers, pharmacies, and interoperability workflows through one deterministic orchestration layer. Our goal isn't to replace existing systems, it's to connect them. Our customers are health systems, typically 100 to 300 beds, beginning in structured enterprise pilots and expanding into recurring SaaS deployments. This aligns with our current commercialization strategy of early enterprise pilot and Michigan First expansion, including what we're doing in the UK. As customers adopt additional workflow modules such as prior authorizations, pharmacy coordination, and operational command capabilities, our recurring revenue grows alongside the value we deliver. Our vision is simple. Every patient deserves a coordinated transition. Every provider deserves connected workflows. Every health system deserves operational infrastructure instead of administrative complexity. We believe Discharge Bridge can become the trusted orchestration layer, connecting patient transitions across hospitals, post-acute providers, payers, and care teams. Today, we're raising $2 million seed round, and this investment will allow us to expand enterprise pilots, strengthen our governance and compliance capabilities, and accelerate commercializations. We aren't building another discharge application. We're building the infrastructure that connects healthcare transitions. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Well, thank you, Michael. It's been a great closing to this marathon of presentations and pitches. So, and in a way, also the name of your startup, Discharge Bridge, like discharges this whole 2026 cohort in a way. So it's a great order that we put together. However, question-wise, I'm checking the Slido right now. As you can see, I put my summer straw hat on because after we finish here, I'll just jump into the sea for a swim.
It's a good time, man.
Yeah, it's like good time. The question is, you mentioned expansion. What markets are you targeting?
Any post-acute facility or post-acute market. So essentially anywhere that patients are being discharged to at the moment. With the SUDA right now, we're working with some sandbox data, but essentially what will happen is that I'll be able to provide them with the results from that data so that they can continue to work on reducing the time it takes for patients to discharge. So primarily rehab at the moment, but any facility surrounding the hospital that has to deal with any physical therapy or therapy of sorts where you can't go home, you know, essentially those beds are still being filled at this time and it just builds up capacity. So we reduce that time from days to minutes by giving them real-time availability through the application. So that's our goal.
Right. Let me thank you for your answer. No other question appeared. So what about certification? Do you need to be certified? What stage is it?
So I'm currently HIPAA compliant. I need to be SOC 2 compliant, but that's just the certifications later on down the line when it's more outside of the pilot side of things as a startup and more to the integration side of things for the hospitals.
Right. So fingers crossed for you, Michael, and for Discharge Bridge. Hopefully patients still be discharged in the future, and there'll be more and more being discharged. So there is a really bright future for Discharge Bridge. Also, before I discharge the cohort, I wanted to thank you for sitting through the afternoon and having the energy to pitch and present. It's been an amazing 3 months. I personally met some of you at Ready, also at Health in Amsterdam. If you are heading also to Health to Las Vegas later on in the year, in the autumn, I might also be there. There also might be colleagues from InterSystems. And I wanted to thank InterSystems for supporting our Caelestinus program. We are part of ways that InterSystems supports early stage or later stage entrepreneurs like you on their journey to building something for the real world. I'd also like to thank the team that is behind Caelestinus, and I'd like to call upon Peter, the manager of our incubation program, maybe to say a few words, whatever, any last thoughts before we all go out and take a swim in the sea.
Yeah, well, hi everyone. I quite envy you, Thomas, that you'll be swimming in a couple of minutes because I wouldn't be able to do it myself. I guess I would drown with the minimum level of sleep and maximum level of caffeine in my blood. So I guess it would be too dangerous for me. But what I want to say at the end of the program period, it's that I really enjoyed the journey with all of our startups. It was really interesting for me personally because as everyone could see today, they all are very unique founders and they have all unique products. And I learned a lot myself during the last 3 months. And I'm really happy that the program, even though the program is ending for them, they'll join our alumni club, and I believe we'll meet in the future some other occasions. So I'm really happy about it, and I'm really grateful for everyone that formed the cohort this year, not only the founders, but the partners and everyone. Thank you for that, for me being able to be there with you all. And I would also like to maybe ask Lina if she wants to share a couple of words at the end. It's my colleague. Lina, are you
Hi,
there?
everyone.
You
Yes,
are.
I am here. I've been listening in. However, London's also suffering from extreme heat, so my laptop's actually overheated, and I've dialed in from my phone. But I wanted to thank everyone. I wanted to thank all the founders for visiting all the sessions, testing all the things, asking all the right questions, and facing all of the challenges head on. And I want to say a big thank you for the all Caelestinus and InterSystems team that made Caelestinus possible and that made it so great. It was my first time working with that incubator, and it was an incredible journey. and I'm really looking forward for what's next. So thank you, everyone.
Well, I mean, it's nice to hear from our own team. Of course, I also need to thank Mariam, who's not here, couldn't be here, and all those that made Irina also for Masterminds, and well, let's stay in touch. Of course, now it's the summer holidays. Not for you. You are building startups in health tech. You wouldn't waste your time having fun somewhere with unproductive activities. No, I'm joking. It's important to relax occasionally, and I hope to see you at our events where we'll be part of. And of course, I made several offers personally, so please follow up on these and reach out to me if you want to be connected with hospitals, to reach people, especially here in Central Europe. And I'm hoping that next year we'll make this, thanks to you and your feedback, we'll be asking you to rate us. So do it honestly, because we are trying to shape the program based on the feedback of every single one of you, of every cohort, to make it relevant. So it's been great. I'll close with the motto: do good and do it well. Just think about this for a while. It's really kind of big, and I'm sure that you'll find occasions to apply this maxim, this principle, not just in building your startup, but elsewhere. It always helps. So it's been a pleasure. You've been great. It's a pity we can't have the party now and have a beer on the beach and jump into the waves. Well, like this, you jump into the waves of your startup, of your challenge, of your team, and don't forget to have fun while doing this. So I hope to see you soon. You've been great. Celestini, now you can officially add that label. I'm a Caelestinus. Feels good. And do give us a shout if you're around geographically, so that we can meet in person, grab a beer or whatever you prefer. In Prague mostly. So do let us know how you enjoy the program. It's been a great afternoon. I'm also now, with full knowledge what we've been part of. It's amazing, and good luck. So do good and do it well, guys. That's all from me.